All right, welcome in. So I'm late because, as usual, I had technical difficulties. It's 2 weeks in a row now, but we are finally live. Posey Poet, hey, good to see you. I haven't seen you in the chat for a while. Says, I guess I'm the only one here. Yeah, well, there were people waiting before, and then I couldn't get live because I was, again, having technical problems. So I'm sure it will pick up shortly. It looks like we got a few people on Rumble right now. If anybody let me know if the volume and everything is fine and everything's working. Because, again, the whole technical problem thing that I seem to have. All right, what are we doing? What are we doing tonight? All right, here we go. This is the thing when I'm ready to go live, and then everything isn't working. And then I got to figure everything out, and I'm rushing to try and get it all done. And then all of a sudden I have to go live, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm not thinking about being live yet. I'm still thinking about fixing everything that's broken. Anyway, we are here live, and now I've just noticed actually that my soundboard, my extra soundboard, with all of the extra fun sounds that I put on over the last few weeks, is not working for some reason. It's just gone completely blank. So I've got the old tried and true ones. We still got this.
Everything woke turns to shit.
It does. It does, doesn't it, Donald? It really does. He's right about that. We still got this. So we can still do this. Shut up, Gummy. That's crazy. We can still do this when there's something good in the chat. Very well indeed. Very well indeed. And Pierre Poliev can still ask us what the hell's going on.
What does that mean?
I don't know, Pierre. Well, we're going to get to some things that I don't know what it means. But anyway, okay, now I'm warming up. Give me 1 second here. Hold on. Still have to adjust a couple of things on the back end here. But we're getting to it. All right. Looks like some people are starting to show up. That's good news. Okay, what are we doing? Well, we're doing the same thing we do every week. We're going over crazy stories. So first off, and I hope everybody had a good week, by the way, and I hope everybody's having a great Friday night. First off, well, she's back. The Mary Poppins of disinformation. She's returned with a new group to defend the disinformation industry, and she is every bit as much of an authoritarian as we always thought she was. Poet says, I've had the crab, now I've got the clap. Uh-oh. I don't know if I should applaud that. Okay, probably, I don't know. Let's just leave it alone. I'm just glad to have you in the chat. All right. So anyway, this crazy, deranged disinformation lunatic, who seems to think everything true is disinformation and everything that's not true is real. So we're going to talk about her. Then we're going to move on to Elon Musk versus Australia. So Australia has just completely lost its mind. It absolutely hates Elon Musk now, and they've got elected politicians talking about they want to put him in prison. I mean, it's just a bunch of lunacy. So we're going to go over that. We've got a bunch of clips to show in this too of just politicians just openly being outright authoritarian lunatics. So we've got some clips on that. We've got a few people here from Australia. We've got some stuff from Sky News where they're talking about it. Then we're going to talk about, because there was a question, somebody suggested to me a while ago that I do a video on like the lifetime costs of transgender care, what it actually costs, because that's obviously an incentive. That would be what you'd call a perverse incentive for, medical professionals to push so-called, the euphemistically named gender-affirming care on children. So I took a bit of a look into this to see just what are the costs of this. Why is this so enticing for medical professionals and for pharmaceutical companies? And Well, spoiler alert, there's a lot of dough in it. Follow the money. I'll show you some graphs here from some studies that were done. Yeah, but it's no big surprise. And then we go through, I think it's some people's favorite part of the show, which is there's a bunch of stuff I've curated over the course of the week on Twitter and my bookmarks. And then we just go through all of these, and we do this for hours and hours until I can't go any longer. Because usually the audience likes to hang around for the whole thing. So I just keep going until I just literally can't talk anymore. So we will do that. And of course, we have the tradition here. We have the tradition that when things get a little too heavy, because they do, because you've seen the news, right? Poesy Poet, you've seen the news, right? It's depressing. It's kind of miserable. It's disturbing. There's a lot of crazy shit going on. Oh, radio streamers in the chat. Good to see you. Good to see you in there. I was just about to talk about your idea, the thing you suggested for the channel, which has now become a tradition, radio streamer, which is for when things get too gross and depressing, we have the puppy palate cleanser. And look at these two. Look at this. They're trying to escape. It's like they're escaping from prison. It's like they know that Justin Trudeau is going to be returning any time to give them sex change operations, because that's just the sort of thing that Justin Trudeau likes to do. And they're getting away. So I'm glad about that. I'm glad they got away from Justin Trudeau. Unfortunately, all of Canada can't get away from Justin Trudeau, which is really a shame. One day, though, I think October 2025 is the time when we will finally get away from Justin Trudeau. At least we won't have him as our prime minister anymore. That's looking all but certain. Actually, just looking certain. Then I thought, if we have time, if you guys want to do it, we might revisit the Grok versus Trudeau, which we used to do. I used to do it every week. And we did it on stream. I took requests from you guys a couple of weeks ago, and we did a Grok versus Trudeau. And what is Grok versus Trudeau? Grok versus Trudeau was when, I'm sure you guys all know this, is that we asked Grok, the Twitter AI, to write a poem about Justin Trudeau, and it has to have two elements. It has to be Justin Trudeau has to wear blackface at some point, and he also has to get a vaginoplasty operation to get a neo-vagina. So those are the two things. We've done various stories. He kidnaps Whoopi Goldberg, and he wants to replace her on The View. He joins the Girl Guides. He started a blackface colony on the moon. All kinds of crazy things. So if we get to it, or you guys can always remind me, it'd be something we do later on in the show. But it's kind of fun. So I don't know. If you guys want to do it, you'll have to remind me, though, because otherwise I forgot last week. But I will be taking requests. So you can throw out, I don't know, just random stuff that we put in that we get Grok to do in the poem about Justin Trudeau, right? And Grok, by the way, is the only AI that will do it. It's the only one that will do it, because it's an Elon Musk one. So Elon Musk told it, you've got to, hey, just because you find it offensive, because I think all of the AIs are woke, right? But Elon Musk said, even though you're offended, even though all the rest of your friends are going to disapprove, his friends like OpenAI and all of that, even still, you work for me. I'm Elon Musk, and you have to do what Radio Baloney says. So it actually does, which is quite amazing. It gets it says things that you just can't get other AIs to say. All right. Let's see. Radio Streamer says, so this is for the Grok versus Trudeau. So I'm going to write this down so that I remember it, because that comment will disappear eventually. Hold on. Okay, I've written it down. He needs to be a Bond villain bent on transing dogs. I feel like that's just so Trudeau, don't you? Don't you? I do. All right. I watched, before we get started, I watched Dune 2, by the way. Have you guys seen Dune Part 2? I'm interested what you guys thought of it. I thought it was good, but I liked the first one so much. Now, see, with the first one, I had low expectations. I didn't expect to be interested in it. But then I watched it and I thought it was great. Really, really enjoyed it. So I was expecting Part 2 I was expecting to enjoy it as much. So maybe that's a case of the first one, my expectations were low, so I ended up enjoying it more than I would have. And the second one, my expectations were really high, so I didn't enjoy it quite as much. So I thought, again, it was very good. It's very good. It's very well acted, and it's a good story. And I've never read the Dune books, but I'm told that it's pretty accurate. Let's see. See, Poesy Poet saying a small fringe minority is in Ottawa. They say a group that doesn't represent Canada in any way. They are racist and misogynistic. This is what we're told. I want to point out a few things, if I may be so bold. Well, you can go ahead in the chat and we'll take a look at it as we go. Well, let's see. Okay, so we got another one. The individuals have been painted by public opinion. That's what they spout. But when we look at who they may have a little doubt if that I'm talking about came to Ottawa in a truck. We may have little doubt that who you think I'm talking about came to Ottawa in a truck. I'm talking about the people in Parliament who don't give a fuck. The people in Parliament don't give a fuck. I think you're quite right on that one. I think that gets a double clap. Well, don't that beat all? Now the effects are back on my soundboard again. So I've got an extra soundboard because there's too many effects for my Rodecaster. So I got another one. And then when I started the stream, it just went blank. So all of my carefully chosen sound effects, like little quotes and things, disappeared. And now I'm looking and they're back again. So I don't know what the hell's going on.
Excuse me while I whip this out.
Yeah, it's working again. It's working again. All right. Let's see. So, Mary Poppins of Disinformation returns with new group to defend disinformation industry. Nina Jankowicz says criticism of disinformation researchers poses greatest threat to country. Greatest threat to country. Criticism of the disinformation researchers. So the people who told us that, like, for instance, lab leak theory was like something out of a comic book, or that the Hunter Biden laptop story was Russian disinformation or a Russian plot or something. The people who told us that can't be criticized because that would be a threat. That would be the greatest threat to the country. Isn't that interesting? Isn't it interesting that she thinks that? Let's see. So this was the crazy lady that, in fact, let's go here because I've got a video of her. You might remember her better from this. I think it's not too far down here. Here she is. This is the Mary Poppins of Disinformation. This is who was, briefly, the disinformation or misinformation czar for the Biden administration before it became too obviously ridiculous and they just got rid of it. But this is the person they chose. Let's see. And it turns out she's actually quite biased politically, if you can believe that.
Pondering is really quite ferocious. It's when a huckster takes some lies and makes them sound precocious by saying them in Congress or a mainstream outlet. So disinformation's origins are slightly less atrocious. It's how you hide a little lie. It's how you hide a little lie. It's how you hide a little lie. When Rudy Giuliani shared bad intel from Ukraine, or when TikTok influencers say COVID can cause pain, they're laundering disinfo and we really should take note and not support their lies with our wallet, voice or vote. Oh, information laundering is really quite ferocious. It's when a huckster takes some lies and makes them sound precocious by saying them in Congress or a mainstream outlet. So disinformation's origin seems slightly less atrocious. Whew.
So not at all deranged. That is the person they wanted to decide what you could hear and see and say. Yeah. Raider Streamer says that is totally sane. Let's look at that end bit just again, just to see how deranged this person is. This person who is actually going to be the misinformation czar. Incredibly.
Or a mainstream outlet, so disinformation's origin seems slightly less atrocious. Whew. Wondering is
Yeah, that's the kind of laugh you hear from somebody who's like strangled a child in a crib, in my opinion, in my humble opinion. Let's see. Oh, back on the sound effects from Radio Streamer. Let's be honest, you only really need two. The fart and the clap. Well, that's true. Hey, looks like Antipop's in the chat. Good to see ya. Welcome back. Eric Cartman's song about Kyle's mom. Is that what this? I'm not sure I've seen that. That's what. Is that what you think it sounds like? Because it is actually like something out of South Park, isn't it? Hey, we got Rogue Thought in the chat. Good to see you back, my friend. She looks like the kid catcher on Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Oh, let's see. All right. So anyway, this lady's crazy. Obviously insane. So let's go back to where we were. So what does she have to say for herself? So again, she was going to be the head of the Orwellian Ministry of Truth, the disinformation czar for the Biden administration, until they just had to give it up because it was just too transparently authoritarian. Quote, the campaign against counter-disinformation work is the greatest threat to freedom of expression and academic integrity since the McCarthy era. Nina Jankowicz, the crazy lady, said in a press release, pledging that her group would not allow it to continue. No way. The campaign against counter-disinformation work is the greatest threat to freedom of expression and academic integrity since the McCarthy era. So what does that mean? That means that when the mainstream media lies and then somebody points it out, that's a threat to freedom of expression and academic integrity. Because let me show you something. White House pick for Big Brother-like disinformation board spread lie about Hunter Biden laptop. So we have our Nina Jankowicz here. What did she say? It says, during a series of live tweets during the presidential debate between Biden and Donald Trump in October 2020, Jankowicz had referenced the laptop. Back on the laptop from hell, that's the Hunter Biden laptop. Apparently, Biden notes that 50 former NatSec national security officials and 5 former CIA heads that believe the laptop is a Russian influence op. So that wasn't true, though. That wasn't true. But she's live tweeting during a debate between Biden and Trump. She's obviously partisan, politically biased, and more on that. We're going to see more on that coming up, right? But this is the person. I mean, of course, that's the person they would want to be the disinformation czar. Of course it is. They don't want somebody who's going to tell the truth, not heading the disinformation ministry, that would defeat the point. Looks like we've got hot retarded chicks in the chat. Good to see ya. Haven't seen you for a couple of weeks. And I was hoping you were okay. I think we all were. Hot retarded chicks. You really got to check in. All right. Just kidding. All right. So, yeah. So Crazy Lady lies. And she was going to be the disinformation czar. Even though she was spreading misinformation herself, it was just the right misinformation. But again, apparently the campaign against counter disinformation is the greatest threat to freedom of expression. So correcting people that are lying is a threat to freedom of expression. This is what they tell us. They keep saying this over and over again. Does anybody still believe them? I mean, I don't. I'm sure there are still people. There's 25% of people are always wrong about everything all the time. That's what Scott Adams said, and I think he's pretty much right. They're wrong about everything, and I guess those are the people that they're appealing to. Because according to this Mary Poppins of disinformation, like noticing that the Hunter Biden laptop story was real, apparently that was a threat, the greatest threat to freedom of expression and academic integrity since the McCarthy era. By the way, the more I look into it, the more McCarthy was right. I mean, these were people supporting a literally genocidal, look up the kulaks, look up the Holodomor. These are Stalinists. Like this is an enemy of their country. They were supporting violent revolution. So the more I look into it, the more I think that McCarthy had a point there. All right. Our researchers are free to conduct their essential work. The American people will gain a better understanding of the nature and severity of disinformation threats we face. Disinformation knows no political party. Its ultimate victim is our democracy. Really? So they're going to train people to get a better understanding of the nature and severity of the disinformation threats we face, except for, obviously, their own disinformation, which is obviously the whole point of it. See, the group's advisory board consists of Katie Harbath, a former Facebook executive, Emily Horn, a former National Security Council official, Ineke Mushevik of the gay advocacy group Movement Advanced Project, and Ben Witz of the left-wing Brookings Institute, who was once described as the Bard of the Deep State. Well, that sounds like a motley crew. All right. Carlos Alvarez Araños, the group's co-founder. Well, let's find out about this group. Let's just go there. So what have we got here? So this is American Sunlight Project. So there's the Mary Poppins of misinformation or disinformation. So we already know about her, right? But what about this guy, Carlos Alvarez Araños? Let's read about this guy. See what you guys think. He is a globally renowned strategic communications professional who oversaw Project Democracy's organization-wide communications, media relations, and strategic communications campaign to protect the 2020 election. I wonder if that was that shadow campaign that Time Magazine published the article about. Interesting. So, obviously very partisan. Like when you've got people in roles talking about misinformation and they are totally partisan activists, it should automatically disqualify them, shouldn't it? I mean, if you know they have an agenda, they're probably not going to tell you the truth. They're going to be pushing their own agenda. That should be a red flag, should it not? All right. What else we got here? In that role, he led initiatives to protect the 2020 election from manipulation. I'm not sure he did a great job about that. Just, not in the way that he would mean. Secure the presidential transition, support impeachment efforts. Support impeachment efforts. Again, it's feeling really, really partisan here, isn't it? Establish a national accountability framework. Reform the filibuster. And form a January 6th commission. Yikes. Good Lord. I mean, this is unbelievable. Rogue Thought says, a fortifier. Got it. Yeah, this is what you call a fortifier. I mean, this guy is knee deep in the whole thing, isn't he? He also directed strategic communications for multiple high-profile litigation efforts, including Wall of Mums, Don't Shoot Portland versus Wolf, and Denson versus Donald J. Trump for president. Again. I'm guaranteeing you this guy is just a Bolshevik. All right, so do you remember Wall of Mums? Do you remember Wall of Mums in Portland when there's all the Antifa rioting going on and they were trying to burn down that federal courthouse? And it went on literally for like 200 days. They just surrounded. They were trying to burn the place down. Well, I took a look into that as well. Now, the complicated rise and swift fall of Portland's Wall of Mums protest group. Interesting. The complicated rise and swift fall of Portland's Wall of Mums protest group. So all these mums, they're just a bunch of nice mums who just happen to hang around with Antifa. That's all. It says here, and then just as quickly as it began, it imploded very publicly amid accusations of anti-blackness and that the original Black Lives Matter message had been abandoned by its founders. I find that fucking hilarious. So it turned out they were anti-black all along. There's nothing the left eats more. There's nothing the left likes to eat more than its own. Absolutely nothing. And they will just come up. I'm sure that they didn't. I'm sure these are all loyal Marxists, right? But they love to denounce each other. It's most powerful and most enjoyable denouncing you can do, to denounce and destroy one of your own. But I took a little bit of a deeper look. So Wall of Mums, they're just a bunch of mums. They're just a bunch of justice and equity-minded mums. They're just like they're like your mom, right? Portland's Wall of Mums has been described by some journalists as, quote, a group of mainly white suburban mothers, but also, quote, includes those who are non-binary and people who consider themselves mothers. Uh-oh. So it's also people that are definitely not mothers. What proportion exactly? Now, I remember at the time hearing that actually none of them are actually mothers. They're just a bunch of Antifa women and maybe a few useful idiots. But it was totally fraudulent, the whole wall of mums things. It also did include non-binary and people who consider themselves mothers. In other words, not mothers. Isn't that interesting? What are you monsters saying in the chat? Hot retarded chick says, Jesus, dude. I know. Let's see. Let's see. The propaganda from Rogue Thought, the propaganda doesn't work too well when it is challenged by the true facts. That's absolutely true. Let's see. What else we got here? He means manipulated by, from Rogue Thought, he means manipulated by those pesky wrong votes. Well, that would be this gentleman here, who was part of the, he was one of the fortifiers, apparently, managing the 2020 election. Make sure nothing funny happened, you know. Got to be careful. Let's see. Sniff, I smell Soros. This is certainly the sort of thing that Soros would be involved in. In fact, let's take a quick peek and see if we can find anything that mentions the Open Societies organization. Let's see. Mission. They probably wouldn't put it on here. Updates. Media. So there is really nothing here. Usually at the bottom, there's some like financial stuff you can find about the company, but there's really nothing. It looks like they're keeping it pretty quiet for some reason. I don't think, for some reason, they may not want people knowing where their money comes from or anything about the company. But yeah, I think something like this, there's a very good chance that there's some Soros money involved. Creator Streamer says, I love watching the left eat their own. Wall of Mums, the Mumsters, as in the Munsters. Yep, that's a good one. Let's see. All right, looks like Radio Streamer got too tired. He had to leave. Well, thanks for stopping in. Always good to see you. All right. So the point of showing you that was just reinforcing, this is obviously just a partisan political organization, right? So what is disinformation is just going to be stuff that the Mary Poppins of disinformation and this guy don't like. That's what's going to count as misinformation. That's going to be the whole thing, right? It's just going to be one big partisan operation to benefit Democrats. And I'm sure if maybe after this live stream, maybe next week I'll do another video and I'll take a dive into that and see if I can dig up some of the financials, just sponsors, whatever. And yeah, you know who it's going to be. What else have we got here? Okay. Now, the thing is, we find this person ridiculous, and it's obvious this is just a scam artist. This is a fraud, right? But this will be a resource for mainstream media. That's what it really exists for. So these will be the experts that CNN, MSNBC will go to. She will be contacted by the New York Times, by the Washington Post. That's how it's done. In Canada, these people are actually funded by the government. So the Canadian Anti-Hate Network, it's called, has received hundreds of thousands of dollars from the Canadian government, Trudeau, to find hate, right? And where does she find it? Well, anything. Where do they find it? Anything conservative. They wrote an article on the CBC. This is the point. I'm showing you now how dirty the game is, right? So the CBC wrote an article about how the word freedom was a far-right dog whistle, right? I'm not joking you. CBC. Nothing surprises me anymore. But freedom is a far-right dog whistle, the CBC told us. And this was when the trucker convoy, the Freedom Convoy, was happening, right? So obviously politically motivated. Who were the experts that they contacted? It was the Canadian Anti-Hate Network, who'd received money from the Trudeau government, right? So they received money from the Trudeau government to decide who is hate. And then the CBC contacts them as a resource, and they tell them, oh, well, it's all the conservative. It's all the people at the Freedom Convoy. They're hate. They're using the word freedom. The word freedom itself is hate. It's far right. You see that circle there? It comes full circle, you know? And then the politicians use that for their own manipulations. So once it's in the CBC, now Trudeau can use that. Now politicians can use that, right? So it's just a big dirty circle. It's a big circle jerk. That's the trick. And that's what she will be used for. That's what she will be used for. She will be used as a resource for mainstream media to smear people. That's it. And smear she will. And just look at that face. Jesus. All right. Let's move on. Where are we going next? So, what is this one? Okay. So, Elon Musk is apparently at war with Australia, with the Australian government. So, Australia has a Labor government now. So, that would be the equivalent of the Democrats in the States, or the Liberal Party in Canada, or the Labor Party in the UK. So, it's a leftist party. Why they would fucking vote in a leftist party after COVID, I have no idea. Although I think they actually had conservatives during COVID. If anybody's from Australia, correct me if I'm wrong there. But just, I know any Western country now, they could vote in a left-wing government. It's just beyond me at this point. But arrogant billionaire Elon Musk feuds with Australian PM over content takedown orders. So what happened? Fresh off his feud with a Brazilian Supreme Court judge, Elon Musk is taking his next fight to the very top of the government down under. The owner of X and self-proclaimed champion of free speech has refused to comply with an Australian order to remove videos of violence from his platform, a move that has solicited the ire of the Prime Minister. So let's see. Just days after a knife man killed 6 in a mall earlier this month, Australia was rocked by another stabbing incident in the suburbs of Sydney when, on April 15th, a bishop and a priest were stabbed during a live-streamed sermon. Graphic footage of the attack, which the government deemed terrorism, quickly circulated online and sparked riots near the church scene of the crime. So the government doesn't want you to see that footage. Only ever goes one way, doesn't it, for some reason? Only ever goes one way, the violent footage. But the stuff they don't want you to see, it only ever seems to go one way, does it? Especially when you've got a Labor government, I guess, which left-wing government. But down from the headline and down the article a little bit, we find this. In an April 19 statement, the platform, that would be X, Global Government Affairs team, said that it believed the e-Safety Commissioner's order, quote, was not within the scope of Australian law, and that certain posts ordered to be removed did not violate X's rules on violent speech. So it's actually not just that one thing. There's a whole bunch of stuff they want taken down. But anyway, the statement said that X complied with the order within Australia, so within Australia, pending a legal challenge, but that it did not remove the post in question globally and was now being ordered to do so under threat of a daily fine of $500,000 US. So X is saying they complied with the order within Australia. So take the posts that were requested to be taken down within Australia while they're challenging that. Okay? But that's not the end of it. Quote, while X respects the right of a country to enforce its laws within its jurisdiction, the e-Safety Commissioner does not have the authority to dictate what content X's users can see globally. We will robustly challenge this unlawful and dangerous approach in court. Global takedown orders go against the very principles of a free and open internet and threaten free speech everywhere. So the Australian government wants X to censor globally content that they want taken down in Australia. So they want the right to just ban anything globally, if they say so, if they say that it's going to be bad, if they think that it's harmful. They always say it's harmful, right? All the times they want to take away your freedoms and be authoritarian, it's always because there's something harmful and they're trying to help you, apparently. So the Australian government wants to be able to dictate to X what it can show in other countries outside of Australia. That seems crazy to me. In fact, it is crazy. Now, you don't really see that in any of the headlines, right? For some reason, they don't want to show that. So it's usually, if it's in it at all, where they mention that, yeah, they took it down in Australia, they just refused to take it down globally. That's either not in the article or further down, where they know a lot of people won't actually read it. So let's keep going here. So here's Sky News Australia. Let's hear what they have to say about this.
Tonight it's heavy on Lambie content. Yes, Jackie Lambie wants to throw the world's richest man in jail and throw away the key.
He has absolutely no social conscience. Someone like that should be in jail and the key be thrown away. That bloke should not have a right to be out there on his own ideology platform.
Good.
So that's an Australian senator saying that Elon Musk should be thrown in jail for not censoring something they don't like. They don't want the public to see globally, not just within Australia, globally. How does that... I mean, she seems to really mean it. Let's take another look.
Lambie wants to throw the world's richest man in jail and throw away the key.
He has absolutely no social conscience. Someone like that should be in jail and the key be thrown away. That bloke should not have a right to be out there on his own ideology platform.
So essentially what she's saying is that nobody should have a right to publish something that she doesn't like. That's what she's saying. Welcome to the modern left. This isn't, your old, art teacher from the 80s anymore. Your old burnout art teacher from the 80s. This is the new left. It's the new left, and they mean business. And they mean to control you and your life and everything about it. Let's go in a little further.
Good Lord. Can you believe that woman is in the Australian Senate? And we have the nerve to mock the quality of American politicians. Let's bring in Daniel Wild now, Deputy Executive Director of the Institute of Public Affairs. Daniel, I'm rarely lost for words, but Senator Lambie, what do you make of her commentary there? Does Elon Musk belong in jail?
Of course he doesn't. And look, it's concerning at how many are quick to jump on the anti-Elon, anti-Twitter bandwagon. Yes, there's an issue with content.
What amazes me is the journalists who hate him. I mean, he's doing what he is doing. They should be applauding, right? But then you remember, they're not journalists. They're activists. You've got a journalist here who's got some common sense, but she's not a modern far leftist, an authoritarian leftist. The majority, it seems, more than the majority, it seems, of mainstream media, not only in the US and Canada and the UK, these are not journalists anymore. These are activists. They've been trained to be activists. They've learned it in journalism school. And either that or they've just been, apparently it's been made clear to them by their bosses that, no, you're not informing the public anymore. That's not your job. You're propagandizing the public now, and you're going to do it or else you're not going to have a job. I don't see how it could be more obvious than that, frankly. Let's move on. So this is interesting. So here he is talking to the Australian. So this is, actually, I'll just play it for you. But, okay, the Australian E-Safety Commissioner, they have something called an E-Safety Commissioner there, who actually appears to be American. She sounds American. But she's being questioned about her insane authoritarianism. Let's see what they have to say here.
E-Safety Commissioner has one, Julie Inman-Grant. She has an American accent, funnily enough. Anyway, that's sort of by the by. She was up in a Senate Estimates Committee this week, and she and the, Communications Minister, Michelle Rowland, communication clearly not being my strong suit tonight, have been going hard against Twitter and other social media companies over misinformation and disinformation and safety. Now, you might remember last year that the E-Safety Commissioner and the federal government slapped a massive fine on Twitter, now X, and its owner, Elon Musk, for refusing to respond to a big litany of questions that they sent off. Now, some of these questions related to supposed safety and a number of previously banned Australian Twitter accounts that were reinstated after Elon Musk took over. Now, clearly the E-Safety Commissioner was very concerned about these previously banned Twitter accounts being reinstated. So I wonder which ones in particular she had an issue with.
Can you give me examples of Australian accounts that X has allowed back on that your office objects to?
They reinstated 6,100 previously banned Australian accounts.
You're assuming the previous bans were in order. Have you explored those previous bans?
Well, so Twitter, as the company, had a whole range of policies, including a hateful conduct policy.
You've gone off their interpretation of their policy, even though we know they were biased. I'd like the witness to give me examples of Australian accounts that X had allowed back.
I didn't ask them specific questions.
No specific questions. Funny about that. And just also you should know, Julie Inman-Grant was recently off at the World Economic Forum in Davos talking about, we're not just going to do this in Australia, as in not take too much notice of what we're actually doing, but force companies into this reporting anyway. We're going to take it global.
Did you attend the World Economic Forum planning session in Davos last month?
I attended the World Economic Global Summit.
Well, they're just drawn to the World Economic Forum like moths to a flame, aren't they? They really are. World Economic Forum gets around. Let's continue.
Sharing really our leadership and our model in terms of how we're tackling
I think we're the ones who should be
safety.
assessing whether or not you're justified. At the World Economic Forum planning session in Davos, you said, quote, "We have started something called the Global Online Safety Regulator." Who is we? Did you receive ministerial permission to involve Australia in another globalist power sinkhole?
I'm an independent statutory authority. We know we're going to go much further when we work together with other like-minded independent statutory authorities around the globe.
So now we have the Global Online Safety Regulator, and next up, the Global Misinformation.
So, yeah, that's the way things that seem to be going, is everything global, right? For one thing, the guy asking the questions there, I like him. I think he should be the Prime Minister of Australia. But yeah, it seems to be, this is what we see, is that everything is moving towards global, like, it's not just economic, now it's governmental globalization, right? Where you seem to be seeing, what we are seeing is that leaders going to places like Davos for the WEF, and leaving all with the same ideas. I mean, because it's the same thing in certainly the Anglosphere. We can definitely say that, right? So what? Mass immigration, censorship, out of control spending, right? And just cultural Marxism. What feels certainly like a cultural revolution happening. Everything being redefined. History is being burnt to the ground and denigrated. It's the same throughout the Anglosphere, isn't it? Our history is terrible, right? You have no rights. You shouldn't have rights. Rights are bad. Rights are a threat to democracy, apparently. Free speech has got to go. And these constant appeals to this kind of global authority. It doesn't feel like it's a coincidence that all the same things are happening at the same time and through all these countries. So it's not surprising to hear somebody like that talking about the WEF and global standards and all of this. In fact, it almost seems like we're expected to think it's just normal. Like it's normal for our own elected representatives to not represent us, but to represent something else, some global interest. Rogue Thought says these authoritarian leaders are scary, but we're shit. People voted for them. They did, and there are people that will continue. I mean, in Canada, I keep saying this over and over again. Trudeau, I don't think he's got any chance of winning the next election here in 2025. But there are people that will vote for him. There are people that will vote for him. If he said that, if we gave him another term, he would force all Canadians to live in holes in the ground to fight climate change, there's still 25% of the country that would vote for him. Maybe that's overstating it. Maybe 20%. There are people he could just come out and say, I will destroy you. I will make it my goal. I will spend every second of my day trying to destroy your lives economically in every single way. I will force every single person in Canada to get a sex change operation. There's still 20% of the population that will vote for him. Rogue Thought says, and global medical control as well with the WHO. Yeah, that seems like a real bad idea, doesn't it? After that whole, pandemic thing, that seems like a bad idea to give it into the hands of the WHO. I don't think they did very well in that. I don't think they gave us any reason to trust them whatsoever. I think I've got a little bit more on this Elon Musk Australia. I do, in fact. Okay, so let's check some more. Okay, hold on. All right. Here's something. Safety Commissioner. Let's take a look.
How far is the government willing to go? And looking at new powers, how far is it willing to go to take on Elon Musk, who really has hit back on the social media platform again overnight?
We'll do what's necessary to take on this arrogant billionaire who thinks he's above the law.
So this is the left-wing Prime Minister of Australia, Anthony Albanese.
But also above common decency. What the Safety Commissioner is doing is doing her job to protect the interests of Australians. And the idea that someone would go to court for the right to put up violent content on a platform shows how out of touch Mr. Musk is. Social media needs to have social responsibility with it. Mr. Musk.
So just forget just about with it. He's talking about he wants to block it worldwide in every country. I think it might be in the public interest, by the way, to know what's happening in your country. If it's graphic, maybe people need to see that, to know what's happening, to know the severity of what's happening. I don't think that's protecting people. I don't think hiding the truth from people is protecting them. I think that's protecting something else. I think that's protecting his interest. That's just the way I see it. Oh my God, listen to this Karen from Australia talking about the job of government is to stop misinformation and disinformation. This is going to be incredibly irritating.
It just beggars belief, really, doesn't it? That this guy, this egotistical billionaire, thinks that it's more important for him to be able to show whatever he wants on X or Twitter or whatever you want to call it today. It's more important for him to have his way than to respect the victims of the crimes that are being shown on social media and to protect our Australian community from the harmful impact of showing this terrible stuff on social media. We are acting in Australia. We have quadrupled the budget for the E-Safety Commissioner. We tried to introduce a misinformation and disinformation bill last year. Sadly, the Liberals and Nationals didn't support it at the time. Peter Dutton and Susan...
Yeah, I've got a feeling that just anything that's inconvenient to their plans and policies, especially around something like, say, mass immigration, that's going to be harmful. Got a feeling they're quadrupling the funding for this as well to stop people from seeing reality. That must be comforting. See, I think I had one more thing. You're getting a preview of all the stuff that we've got coming. There's lots of funny stuff in here, actually. Lots of disturbing stuff, too. Okay, let's hear this. Was this a different thing than we heard earlier? Let's take a look.
Elon Musk has no social conscience or conscience whatsoever. I don't know, whatever Elon Musk is on, it says that that's okay.
Yeah, that's the same old commie claptrap. Shut up, commie. That's satisfying. Anyway, yeah, that's incredibly disturbing. And this is coming after the crazy lockdowns and, in fact, the COVID camps they set up in Australia. Then they go ahead and elect another far-left Then they go ahead and elect a far-left authoritarian? I don't know. That doesn't make any sense to me. That seems to be just a terrible, terrible idea. All right. So, yeah, somebody in the comments, I can't remember who, was asking me to take a look into what are the actual costs of, the euphemistically named gender affirming care. What are the actual costs of this? Because when you see the costs, it might reveal perhaps a perverse incentive for the medical establishment and pharmaceutical companies to be really gung-ho on it. I saw this article from Boston, from the New York Post. Boston Children's Hospital's transgender insanity reveals how unhinged elites make money off our kids. So how unhinged elites make money off our kids. So let's see, what do we have in here? Gender transition surgery can cost upwards of $100,000. And I've got some more stats coming after this from a study. The U.S. gender surgery market was valued in 2021 at $1.9 billion, with predicted annual growth of more than 10%. And this was an article from 2022. And when hormone therapy costs $1,500 a year for the rest of a patient's life, no wonder entrepreneurial medics want kids on the treatment treadmill as young as possible. Clinics are popping up like mushrooms to take advantage of this new business opportunity. The first American pediatric gender clinic opened in 2007, and there are now more than 50 nationwide. So transition surgery can cost upwards of $100,000. $1.9 billion in 2021, with predicted annual growth of more than 10%, which is a lot. And I think probably understating it there, considering the kind of social contagion aspect of this, especially for young girls. Hormone therapy, $1,500 a year. And of course, there's if you're doing surgical interventions, then that is just going to keep going on forever, because they're going to have to keep going in and fixing things, right? Because this is all just an experiment at this point. They don't really know what they're doing. Let's see. 1 second. We're going to go to the comments, the chat for a sec. Rogue Thought said, I bet they would amplify a story of, say, a man of Caucasian color who harmed a group of alphabet-identifying people. That's one they would want to make sure everybody saw. That's just the way it is. It's that cynical, right? That appeals to the goals of far leftists, right? How often was, the George Floyd thing on TV? It was constantly. It all this stuff, it only goes one way. We're talking about the Mary Poppins of disinformation, who was also spreading disinformation about the Hunter Biden laptop. It only goes one way. It's all just political. It's all partisan. So anyway, I found this study here. So, utilization and costs of gender affirming care in a commercially insured transgender population. Let's see. Whitman Walker Institute, Washington, D.C., Johns Hopkins, Bloomberg School of Public Health, Center for Applied Transgender Studies, Chicago, University of Washington, Seattle. So, this is not from some, like far-right blog. No. Okay, so let's take a look at what this says. Okay. Hold on. There we go. All right. So, frequency and costs of claims for gender-affirming surgeries. And it says up here, hold on. I should forget it. So, phalloplasty. So that's a fake penis. Mean total cost. So they've got it broken down between health plan costs and out-of-pocket costs. We're just going with what is the total cost because we're looking at what the incentive would be for the medical industry and pharmaceutical companies to be a part of all this, right? To push this stuff. So, phalloplasty. Per procedure, $65,318. Per person, $137,893. So the reason there's a difference there between per procedure and per person is because you have the phalloplasty procedure, but there's endless complications. So they're going to be going back in and again and again, again and again. And that's why it runs up to almost $138,000. That's a lot of money. That's an expensive car. Vaginoplasty. I think that's what Justin Trudeau is going to get once he leaves office. Per procedure, $47,000. Per person, $56,000. So not as much difficulty with that one, but still you've got to keep going back in, and it's very expensive. Hysterectomy, $16,000. Orchiectomy, $8,100. Mastectomy, $14,900. It's almost $15,000. Mammoplasty, $18,600. This is big money, folks. This is big money. We found the perverse incentive, all right? Let's just say that. We found it. Now, keep in mind that the hormones, those are a lifelong thing. So that's $1,500 a year, every year. And that's now, right? What is it going to cost in the future? Obviously, inflation is going to be at play. This doesn't include, hormone blockers. Or, mental health costs as well, which I think there's going to be plenty of that. And just long-term complications. So complications, 10 years, 15, 20 years down the road, right? It's all very expensive. But there's obviously a lot of money to be made here. Here from Johns Hopkins, Bloomberg School of Public Health. In the first 5 years, the researchers found providing health care for transgender people cost between $34,000 and $43,000 per year of quality of life. Now, quality of life means a year of perfect health, which I don't think you're obviously never going to get that with these procedures. But $34,000 and $43,000 per year for the first 5 years. I mean, after 10 years, the cost dropped to between $7,000 and $10,000 per year. So obviously this is highly lucrative. Obviously, you always want to follow the money if you want to find out what the underlying truth is behind something or behind claims. There's your answer. There's your answer. There's your answer why the medical industry is 100%, why surgeons are 100% behind this. They're going into overdrive for this. And that's why they want them young. The younger you get them, the more money. I mean, these are lifelong patients. These are These are a lifelong license to, kids are a lifelong license to print money for these people, and that's what they see them as. And it doesn't have to be every doctor. It just has to be a small percentage of them that just have absolutely no conscience whatsoever. A small percentage of surgeons, right? They just see the money. This is the answer. It's the money. That's why this is being pushed. This is why it's being pushed on children, particularly. That's why the medical establishment is all for it. Now, it didn't come from them. They're just being opportunists. It came from, the cultural Marxism. It came from the cultural revolution that we're seeing happening right now. It came from Marxism. It came from the redefining Marxism from being about class struggle to identity struggle. And ambitious people without a conscience who want to make a lot of money saw it, and then they said, yep, we're in. Yeah, we're all for this now. Definitely. This seems like a great idea. You're all right. You're all right. How much can I make again? Yeah, definitely you're right. So anyway, there, folks, we have our answer. All right. So that only took us an hour and 10 minutes to get through all of those 3 stories. That's pretty good. Here's a question for you guys. From James Lindsay. Serious question to employers. What does a college degree represent today? Like, when someone tells you that they have one, what does it suggest to you about them and their capabilities? Well, it suggests to me that it's a massive red flag, unfortunately, especially if it's something from the humanities, because that's the worst part of it. It would have to be a red flag, wouldn't it? At this point, like, you'd be crazy to not see it as a red flag, to just assume everything's going to be okay, right? All that craziness was just for the college campus. It turns out that no, it's for after as well. It's for your place of work. It's for your company. It's for your business. At least they think so. Now, I'm not saying it's all of them, of course, but there's going to be a risk of some, especially if they're coming from the humanities, right? Because especially if they're coming from there, they've been trained to see everything as political, first off. So your place, your business, that's going to be political now. They're going to make sure it is, right? You're going to be dealing with somebody who thinks there's no such thing as objective truth or reality. So that could be terrible. That incredibly frustrating, dealing with somebody who thinks there's no objective truth or reality. They're going to view everything through the lens of race and identity and equity. And I mean everything, right? It seems that, like journalists, for instance, I mean, I think you're going to have to start having news outlets that just train guys from the start. Like, refuse to accept anybody from, with a journalism degree, and just train cub reporters from the start to do it right. Because it appears that journalists are now just being taught that their job is to be advocates and propagandists instead of accurately reporting on the facts and on reality, which is supposed to be their job. And actually, this is interesting because here from Andy No, the bald and masked man in this video fighting police at a Gaza encampment at Northwest University is journalism assistant professor Stephen Thrasher. Journalist assistant professor, huh? Thrasher focuses on brainwashing students about social justice in reporting. Yikes. Ever wonder why journalism programs produce such biased and unprofessional people? They're led by academics like Thrasher who seek to create propagandists for leftist ideologies. Thrasher was recently at the Columbia University occupation, where he took inspiration and praised the far-left extremists in their autonomous zone. So let's take a look here. So that must be him there. How can you teach journalism when you're clearly an activist and like going to protests? I mean, it seems to be contrary to the principles of objectivity, doesn't it? I mean, pretty obviously it seems to. Let's see. Let's go back to the chat for a second. Antipop says, if someone owes you money, you'll never be broke. I thought that in my experience, it means you'll always be broke, but I don't know. You must have better friends. So yeah, I mean, this kind of goes with our point of what does if you're a business owner and you're hiring somebody, a new employee, and they have a college degree, especially something in the humanities, what does that mean to you? Does it affect your decision? Do you go, uh-oh, I better avoid this. This is going to be a pain in the ass, right? Because they will have been taught, not guaranteed, obviously. And I think it depends on the university and where they are, although I think it's pretty widespread. But, there's a good chance they will have been taught by somebody like this, just out and out activist. This teacher who focuses on brainwashing students about social justice in reporting. So if that person with the degree, the college degree, has been, brainwashed about social justice in anything, they're going to be a pain in the ass. They're going to be a problem. They're going to piss everybody off. They're going to be looking for people to denounce, because that's what leftists do. When you're woke, you don't have any friends. The woke don't have any friends. They just have people around them that are waiting to denounce them. That's it. They seem to like denouncing their own more than even like their opponents, their ideological opponents. Seems to be more of a thrill for them. They seem to be even more proud of it. So you don't have any friends when you're woke. No, you've just got people watching you, waiting to denounce you. Antipop says, professors trying to maintain their youth. That might be a part of it. That might be a part of it. But I think it is also just they themselves are totally ideologically captured. And if they're training their students in, social justice and activism, they're kind of like, I think they see themselves as a little, general, rallying the troops. It's amazing none of these people have apparently read anything about, the Cultural Revolution in China and the Red Guards, and found out what happened to, those students, professors. Spoiler alert, it was really bad. Apparently none of these professors have, apparently none of these professors have actually read about it, or maybe it's just something they just ignore. Maybe they don't want to think about it, but considering that everything we're seeing today has all the hallmarks of a Maoist cultural revolution and, getting rid of the four olds and all of that, they might want to pay attention. Let's see what the internet had to say about this James Lindsay question. Let's repeat it. Serious question to employers. What does a college degree represent today? Like when somebody tells you they have one, what does it suggest to you about them and their capabilities? Let's see. Employers don't have an opinion on this. They require degrees because HR tells them to. HR requires degrees because that's what they learned in college. Yeah, maybe so. Maybe they need to get new HR people. Maybe that's what they should do. I know a person very up in the HR at the company she works for. She says it's to demonstrate that they can complete something. A terrible answer, but that's how they approach degrees. But from what I hear, a lot of it is just simply, I mean, as long as you're willing to write the papers, it doesn't really matter what's in it, as long as you're just echoing the morality of the and the political ideas of the professor. So maybe better off having somebody who didn't complete that. Let's see, how about this? Among anything other than a degree in the hard sciences is basically a high school diploma in my mind. I also put my candidates through a series of riddles and case studies to determine their ability to think critically. So doing that instead of, just looking at a piece of paper is probably a good idea. Giving some kind of test so you can see them functioning in real time. I would say that's probably a good idea. But even the hard sciences, it's working its way into that too, because these people are voracious. The woke are voracious. They can't leave any stone unturned, right? Anything they see, well, that's an opportunity to accuse people of being racist or bigots or whatever, to find the racism in there, right? And start denouncing people. So, yeah, they don't stop. All right, well, that's enough of that. Let's move on. So this is this fat dude ain't fooling anyone. Just stop, bro. So who is this? We've seen this character before. This is Gorlock the Destroyer. You may have heard of Gorlock the Destroyer. And kind of a fascinating character. Hold on, I've got to time this just right. Hold on. That was pretty good. Actually, one more time. Let's do that one more time. I think I can time it even more perfectly. That is so satisfying. Gorlock is an internet personality. And I think the thing about Gorlock is Gorlock knows what Gorlock is and has turned it into like some level of internet fame and money, of course, right? Because attention means money. Gorlock must know that being Gorlock is an angle of success. Like Gorlock knows what Gorlock is. I don't think Gorlock is delusional in terms of self-image. I think Gorlock knows exactly what Gorlock is, and it's an angle of success on the internet. At least in a financial sense, right? Attention means money. That's what on the internet, attention means money. That's why I don't get any. But I'd rather not get any than be Gorlock, I have to say. But yeah, Gorlock has turned being that into a business. So, hey, capitalism, right? Free society. So I'm just glad that Gorlock exists because it gives me something to talk about on my streams. All right, we've got some stuff in the chat here I want to look at. Rogue Thought says it's deeply concerning that this mind virus has made its way into hard science as well. How the hell can you not believe in objective truth and be a surgeon or engineer? Well, that's a question, isn't it? That's a serious question because if you are an engineer and you're coming from a school that gets a reputation as putting out people that don't know how to be engineers, that just know how to be activists, a reputation for, graduating people that don't know what they're doing because they spent too much time on DEI, well, you're not going to get a job. I mean, an airline has to know that the people that they're hiring are competent. I guess it's a test of just how pervasive the ideology can actually become. And it can cause famine, right? It can cause millions of people to starve to death, right? Look up Lysenkoism. I know you guys know about Lysenko, right? He was in the Soviet Union. He didn't believe in like modern like botany or like Darwinism. And he came up with crazy plans for how to grow crops and based on Marxist ideals. And it turns out that he was completely wrong and millions of people starved because of crop failures. So yeah, this shit, it can get really serious, right? It can go up to the point of being just truly damaging, and it can result in the death of millions of people, right? So can I say that you won't have incompetent engineers working for like airlines or working for, like Boeing? No, I can't say it for sure. You would think that they would try as hard as they can to avoid that, but we might be shocked. We might end up being shocked. Antipop says dependence on AI. Oh, are you talking about for college students? Probably that's an issue. That's going to be an increasing issue, actually. They don't know actually how to do anything, without an AI. So that's interesting. Rogue Thought says, James Lindsay showed you can take a chapter of Mein Kampf and replace a few phrases or words with wokish talking points, and it can get published. Yeah, that was the hoax that he did with, I can't remember, what was it called? The Wokal hoax? Wokal squared hoax or something. It was, they published these, they submitted to peer-reviewed journals, like I think psychology journals or gender studies journals, just absurd things. Yes, like they took a chapter of Mein Kampf and just replaced some of the words with just woke buzzwords, and it was accepted and went through peer review, and they said, yeah, this is great. There was one about rape culture in dog parks was one of them. One of them was the conceptual penis, and these all got published. They were treated as if they were serious works, and they were written explicitly to not be serious, to show just how meaningless all of these disciplines were, all of the critical studies. And they really proved their point. Of course, nothing happened after that. They just kept going along, merrily along, publishing, absurd word salads, and then teaching absurdity to students. So that's a shame. Anyway, there's Gorlock. Let's move on. So, this is a cult. I guess I'll let you guys be the judge.
And refining their identities and discovering really who they are. And the fact that, hey y'all, my 2 transgender kids each came out to me and my husband
2 transgender kids, huh? In the same family. Huh? That's an awful big of a coincidence, isn't it? Awful big. I mean, what are the odds of that, I wonder?
Times, as they were both defining and refining their identities and discovering really who they are. And the fact that each of them came out to us 3 different times meant that they felt safe and loved and supported at home, which is especially important for transgender kids. So if your child has told you that they are transgender or non-binary or gender diverse or gender non-conforming, that means that they feel loved and that they can trust you and they feel supported at home. So you're doing something right. Hey.
But what if you're not? And what if they're not actually gender dysphoric? Maybe the love they're getting is from telling you that they're that. Maybe they feel like that's how they get the love. By telling you they're this thing that they can tell you obviously want them to be. This is demented. This is demented. Again, two of her kids? Come on. Come on. We know what's going on here. Munchausen by proxy. And, what if the kids aren't? It turns out that they're not. Maybe they're just confused kids. Maybe you've been signaling to them that actually you wouldn't mind it so much if they thought they were born in the wrong body. Could that be what's going on here? Because it's two of them. Two of them, right? Odds don't seem to be in the favor of that, do they? I find this genuinely baffling. What adult can't reason out that perhaps, they can't possibly know what they really are until they grow up. Their brains are still developing, for God's sakes. How can you know what you are? How can you know you're born in the wrong body until you've grown into an adult body? None of this makes any sense. Does she also believe that that gender is a social construct? Because if she does, then, maybe they're not actually born in the wrong body. Because it's kind of incoherent, isn't it? On one hand, you can have a 5-year-old definitely born in the wrong body. They definitely know that. But it's also all just a social construct. Not making a lot of sense to me. This is not the same as a sexual preference either. This will end it with this is, for one thing, I think fairly obviously a social contagion, but a sexual preference doesn't require a lifetime of medicalization. It doesn't require people trying to artificially turn your body into looking like the opposite sex, even though it can never actually be that, right? So this is a lifetime of medicalization, surgeries, complications, more surgeries. And if they change their minds, which many apparently it turns out are, as we see with the detransitioners, they change their minds, well, it's too fucking late, isn't it? Especially if they've taken puberty blockers. They don't get that. Your puberty just doesn't magically restart again when you're 18. The lies these people tell is truly astounding and I think evil. That by the time that they may decide that it's actually the wrong decision and this wasn't real, well, their healthy body is gone. Their healthy adult body is gone forever. That's the truth. What the fuck is she smiling about? She should be terrified. Unless, she was actually fairly pleased about all of this. Maybe she even kind of sent out some signals that maybe this is this new social contagion might make her quite happy, actually. It's a new hobby for her. Just imagine all the social media, all those pics she can put up, all those posts about how everything is coming along. Can I read this person's mind? Obviously not. But you have to wonder, don't you? She seems to be enjoying the whole thing quite a bit. She should be fucking terrified. And she looks like a non-binary or something too herself, right? So do you think that she might have had some influence in all of this? Do you think? Just maybe? No, who needs TikTok with parents like this, huh? I find it extremely fucking disturbing. And it also feels kind of transparent. At least at least there's enough here to start asking questions, right? Let's see. Antipop says female positive reinforcement. Yeah, I think there might have been some of this positive reinforcement going on here in this household. Rogue Thought says, nothing says Merry Christmas like getting estrogen meds in your sock. Worst Christmas ever. You'd be better off with a lump of coal, I think. Rogue Thought says, didn't they discover that you have to separate anorexics in hospital wards? That's interesting. I imagine you probably would, actually. Yeah, and so there's another question as well. So the one has been, either decided or been convinced to go trans. Perhaps the other one sees this and sees all the positive attention. Now that one wants to too. But an idiot, a self-absorbed idiot, would never ask that question, obviously. Again, you don't want to screw up the social media feed, right? Antipop says eugenicist. Well, yeah, the kids will be, if they get onto that course, that full course, I don't know how old these kids are, the full course of all the puberty blockers and the meds and everything, and possibly, either chemical castration or actual surgical castration or hysterectomies, whatever. Yeah, I mean, they will be barren, right? It feels like alternate universe stuff when I see stuff like this, that people would be willing to actually do this to children, to confused children. And they would smile and act as if there's just absolutely nothing that could go wrong. I mean, how is that possible for an adult? Oh, no, nothing could go wrong. Here's this thing that just became fashionable 15 minutes ago. I have so many followers on Facebook now. It's baffling. It's beyond understanding for me. For one of my kids, I would have fucking taken them to Siberia before I would have let one of those monsters get their hands on them. One of those medical professionals. So, yeah, the quote here is, this is a cult. Certainly feels cult-like, doesn't it? Does she blink in this, by the way? Oh, she blinked a couple of times there. But she does feel something cultish about it, doesn't it? This is somebody with no doubts whatsoever. To have two transgender children in one family is nearly impossible. This is being nurtured by these parents. It needs to stop. Yeah. I mean, it's obviously that's what's happening, right? Clearly. Let's see. 2 in one household? Now try and tell me it's not culture. This means their child is seeking attention. Not that they want to become the opposite sex. This is Kids 101. Again, there's something more than just, concern for the kids going on here. Because if it was just about concern for the kids, you would you would interrogate this a bit more. You would say things like, well, are they just seeking attention, for instance? Maybe that's what's happening. Maybe I don't need to permanently medicalize them for life. Maybe I don't need to sterilize them. Make it so they can never have a child. Maybe I don't have to put them through absolutely insane psychological torture. Maybe I don't have to do that. So it tells you that there's something else going on, doesn't it? If they come out a fourth time, do they get a free toaster? That's what we call dark humor. Or maybe they'll come out as a toaster. All right, let's move on. All right, what we got up next here? You know, after seeing that, it's time for the puppies. It's the puppy palate cleanser. After we see something that's just so grotesque, we need to cleanse the palate because, you know, this is a long live stream. Usually goes on for like 5 hours. Now look at these two. Look at these two. Look at that. Trying to escape, like right over the top. But look, the other guy could just, he'd open up the whole time. Dear. I mean, he's helping him there to get over. Look, he's helping him to get over top. But he knows all he has to do is push it. Look at that. That's isn't that the darndest thing? Now, apparently the reason why they're trying to get out of that is because Justin Trudeau is getting back in a few minutes, and he's going to try and give them sex change surgeries. So, obviously, they're trying to get away. And it's got a happy ending. So, apparently Trudeau didn't get them. Because that's the sort of thing he likes to do. I think that when he leaves office, he will probably become a veterinarian whose specialty is sex changes for puppies, I think. You know, and he'll have a booming business because, you know, he's well known. There's wine mums who will bring their puppies to get sex change surgeries, and then they can post about them on their social media forever. Very brave, very brave. Anyway, let's move on. So, Tulsi Gabbard, I wonder if they're going to go after her. You know, if she keeps talking like this, I wonder if they're going to go after her. You know, they're going to sick the DOJ or the, you know, New York lawfare machine on her. Tulsi Gabbard, I don't question Donald Trump's loyalty to our country. Here's why. Okay, so let's actually just watch this.
Loyalty to our country. And here's why. If it doesn't matter how many people say, well, he's only in it for himself and this and that. The guy has been, 92 or 97 felony charges now. He's being held up in a court of law. He is, his bank account is being cleaned out by all of these various charges and rulings that are coming through. The guy is losing money. He is being attacked relentlessly. He has the Department of Justice being weaponized against him. You look at all these things that he's going through. One of the court cases he has now was only picked up again after he announced he was running. Previously, they had looked at the charges and said, yeah, there's nothing here. We're not going to pursue this. Why would a guy like him put himself through that if not motivated by a desire to serve our country and to save our country from the Biden-Harris administration, the Democrat elite, who are actually destroying it? They are actually taking away our freedom. They are actually going after our kids. They are taking parents' rights away from them. They are making our country less secure through open borders. We can go down the laundry list of very, very serious challenges. These aren't Democrat or Republican problems. They are problems that affect every one of us. So, you know, if I were in a position, if Donald Trump said, hey, here's what I think we should do, what do you think? And if I did not feel it was the right thing for the country, I would absolutely tell him so and respect the office that he holds. But I'm not chasing any titles. I'm not chasing any jobs. I'm chasing the opportunity to be in the most impactful position to save our country, because there is nothing short of our future and our freedom that is at stake in this election.
So
I
like her. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of, she still supports a lot of lefty things, which I would have questions about. But to come out vocally like this, to be a person of influence and come out vocally, especially political influence, and come out vocally for defending Donald Trump. I mean, let's watch that beginning again.
Question Donald Trump's loyalty to our country, and here's why. If it doesn't matter how many people say, well, he's only in it for himself and this and that. The guy has been, 92 or 97 felony charges now. He's being held up in a court of law. He is, his bank account is being cleaned out by all of these various charges and rulings that are coming through. The guy is losing money. He is being attacked relentlessly. He has the Department of Justice being weaponized against him.
See, Again, these are dangerous things for somebody who's politically influential to say, who's not in the Democrat Party anymore. These are dangerous things for somebody to say. Genuinely. Especially, running up to an election. So, I mean, the benefit would not, for her, the greatest benefit would not be saying that. It would be saying the opposite of that. That's genuinely dangerous now. All right? And I wonder if they'll go after her. I wonder if she keeps talking like this, because really, what is to stop them? I mean, the media would love it. If they charged her, just found some bullshit thing, some thing from a line filled out wrong from a mortgage from 20 years ago, which is the sort of thing that they do. If they found something like that, the media would love it. They would celebrate it. They would say it was the best thing ever. It's a good job. Nobody's above the law, they would say. So what would stop them from it? I don't think anything would stop them from it. So she has to know that, right? She has to know it is dangerous. They're not, again, like when you've got the media completely on your side and will cover for you no matter what you do, that's extremely powerful. Extremely powerful. Because you're going to have, maybe, half the country believing it. They'll just believe whatever they hear in the mainstream media. So it's a dangerous thing to do what she's doing. I think it takes some courage. And again, I mean, yeah, I think she's got some kind of lefty ideas that I would be totally on board with, but this is impressive to me. I don't know. What do you guys think? Let's see what... Well, Rogue Thought says, the bigger the voice challenging the narrative, the greater the threat to their power. Trump is number one on that list right now, and he's being used as an example. Polyev next. The media is definitely not pro-Polyev in Canada, and that's, Pierre Poilievre, the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. I'm not sure it's what I've been seeing. Maybe it's just because that it's hard to make excuses for Trudeau now, but what I've been seeing some signs that there's slightly less bias sometimes. Like the Globe and Mail, left wing, it's done some decent work. I mean, they broke the story about the Chinese election interference. I mean, CBC is a write-off, obviously, right? Just complete write-off. I'm not sure it could be. The thing about Canadian media is it's more understated than the American media. In some ways, it's more insidious because of that. But I'm not sure it has the same power that the American media does. So, because of the nature of it being a little bit more understated and also more insidious because of that. And we're taking CBC out of the equation here. CBC is just CBC, it might as well just be Pravda at this point, right? After Bill C-63, well, the purpose, obviously, of Bill C-63 is to silence dissent, right? And to try and rush it through before the next election. That's the purpose of Bill C-63, the Online Harms Act. It is an attempt to get to, well, so what does Bill C-63 do? Well, it sets up a online safety commission that can look at complaints, anonymous complaints from the public. Anonymous in that whoever they're accusing of doing a hate online will never know who they are, right? So you have people anonymously making complaints to this commission, who then will decide whether or not it goes to a human rights tribunal. Human rights tribunal is a leftist kangaroo court. So if you're in there for a hate speech crime, you're going to be guilty. They just have a record of just always finding anything that's not, left-wing activism to be hate, right? Literally, they do. Trudeau knows this very well, by the way, right? So what he's doing with Bill C-63 is handing over the censorship to his supporters, to activists, to far-left activists in Canada who will do the work for him. I mean, I guarantee you if this goes through, there'll be 10,000 complaints in the first day, and it'll become an industry because they can win, cash and prizes. So if you are found guilty in the Kangaroo Court, Human Rights Tribunal, which is not like a court of law, right? It's there's no presumption of innocence. There's no like rules of evidence or anything like that. It's basically just preponderance of evidence. And if the bureaucrats think that you're guilty, you're guilty. If they just don't like you, you're guilty. It's guaranteed. Like you go in and you've said something that's not left-wing, it's not progressive, and it's been complained about, you're going to be guilty. There'll be 10,000 complaints in the first day. That's the purpose of it. It's to get this through before the election to silence dissent. Rogue Thought says, complaints about certain independent reporting. I'd bet it would include. This is going to raise a serious problem because, I mean, you're looking at the person who complains. When the Kangaroo Court finds you guilty, they can give that person up to $20,000 of your money. They can just say that you have to pay them up to $20,000. Plus, then $50,000 to the government. Because, of course, they've got to get their hand in there too, right? They got to get their hand in your wallet as well. I mean, that's aside from all of the future crime stuff where they can convict you of something you haven't done. Just a judge, thinks that you might do something in the future. You might do a hate crime, a speech crime in the future. It's aside from all of that, But yeah, so it brings up a problem. Like for somebody like me, what am I going to do? I mean, I have to look into, geo-blocking, like geo-blocking Canada, if it goes through on every platform. Because it's also retroactive as well. So it just anything that you've put up ever is also, you're also liable for that. So to me, it's very transparently, it's an effort to frighten and intimidate. And in fact, if this bill goes through before the election, to punish anybody who would dare dissent against dear leader Justin Trudeau. Clearly, that's the purpose of it. So yeah, it's a scary thing, it's a scary thing. And it's, I mean, pretty much if you live in Canada and this bill goes through, it doesn't matter who you are. You could just be anybody. You don't have to be, have a YouTube channel. You just had a Facebook page for, 15 years or something. You would really have to be safe. You would have to erase all of your posts. You might have said something 10 years ago that would have been totally normal, and nobody would have considered it in any way controversial. But today, there's a lot that people were saying 10 years ago that wasn't controversial. That'd be very controversial today. Anybody with any social media presence is going to be at risk. Like every single Canadian. The hope is that it's not going to go through. He's not going to try and put it through. And even if they do pass it, it would obviously be Trudeau and then the NDP passing it together, that it wouldn't get past the Senate. That's the hope. It is a truly dystopian bill. I mean, everything I've described, the future crimes part of it is absolutely insane. And then, of course, we haven't mentioned it yet, but life in prison for hate speech. Life in prison for hate speech. You know who's going to decide if it's a hate speech or not? Well, it ain't going to be you, and it ain't going to be me. It's going to be somebody who thinks very differently from us. Rogue Thought says, I hear some of these bills include using geo-blockers would be banned. I haven't seen anything about that in the bill itself. And I've actually, this would be a good time to remind everybody who's not subscribed to the channel to subscribe And you can watch all my wonderful videos. They're very healthy and good for you. Very nutritious, actually. And but I've made videos about Bill C-63 where I go through the bill and show you the relevant parts of it. So I haven't seen anything in it that says that, but that it wouldn't be at all surprising, right, if they tried to sneak something like that in there. All right. So let's take a look at the comments on what Tulsi Gabbard said here. She talked about a bunch of stuff and about how Trump, he's lost money. He was a rich man. He didn't need any of this shit. Man could have left everything behind and live his billionaire life. True, the same thing can be said about Elon Musk, in my opinion. Why would you volunteer to be swarmed with legal charges, attacked relentlessly, and get called every name in the book if you didn't have to? Well, I think the reason is that they're not, Elon Musk is not a normal, tech billionaire. And Donald Trump is not a normal president. Just not. I mean, obviously he's lost a great deal through what he's doing. He says he does it because he loves the country. I'm inclined to believe him. Biden is a president of the global population. He doesn't care about the priorities of Americans. That seems to be quite true. You could also say the same of Trudeau. Well, this is interesting. Thank you, Tulsi, from a Canadian observer who is sick of listening to the mainstream media's relentless attacks on Donald J. Trump. And we know that the media is controlled by the dark forces. Did I say dork forces? Controlled by the dark forces of corporate profits. Well, from a Canadian observer, so I obviously cover a lot of Canadian news on this, but I also cover American news. And one of the reasons I started covering it was because of the insanely biased reporting in Canada. And the Canadian corporate media is obsessed with the United States, by the way. But the insanely biased coverage of Donald Trump. I mean, now I've never heard one even neutral thing about him. The Canadian corporate media. Not even one neutral thing. And that's a big reason why I started covering it, because I was like, well, I'm going to do something. I'm going to give an opinion, as small as it may be, for Canadians that's not the fucking CBC or Global or CTV, because that's just all the same shit, and they just get on somebody from the Washington Post to spout a bunch of bullshit. Canadian media covered the whole Russia collusion hoax as closely and as excitedly as any of the American media. The only kind of balanced view you get on American politics is from independent media. In Canada, I will say, and mostly in the States as well. Let's see. The only thing, what everyone can agree on, Donald Trump is a patriot and really loves America and the people, and that is a good point to start. Well, I think he is a patriot. I think that not everybody agrees on that, though, unfortunately. Like, there's a lot of people who will just believe anything that they hear, whoever, Don Lemon or Anderson Cooper or Rachel Maddow, anything that they read out of a teleprompter. She may sound right, but she is not what we need for VP. She has no record except voting as a Democrat. That's the thing. I mean, she is not a Republican. That's the thing. Let's see. Hey, we got Freedix in the chat. He says, radio, is that supposed to be baloney? Radio baloney is the best. Thank you, sir. I agree. Everybody says radio baloney's the best. They tell me that. Everybody tells me that. They say the other channels, they're losers. They're total disasters.
Everything woke turns to shit.
I agree with Trump, 100%. Let's see. And I was doing the hand thing when I was doing my terrible Trump impression there as well. Just so you know, you can't see, but I knew it was happening. Let's see. Okay, so what the hell is going on here? But, you know, before we do this, let's see. I'm 2 hours in. I need to take a 1-minute break. I will be right back, you guys. All right. Thank you for your patience, everybody. So I am back. All right. What are we going to talk about now? Okay, so this is a crazy lady. I've seen her a couple of times now. I think in New York, just acting basically totally bonkers. Now, I saw a clip where there was a woman with her who said, I think she was acting as like a manager or something, and she's saying she's a performance artist. And I think that's what this is, but it's pretty damn funny. This guy says, this isn't a meme. I'm serious. It's real. But I think this is some sort of comedy performance art. You guys be the judge. Tell me what you think.
Piers fucking Morgan. You're asking too
Just for the
many
record, my
questions.
name is actually just Piers Morgan.
What's wrong with saying free Palestine? Piers, can you say free Palestine for me?
I think.
Piers, can you say free Palestine for me?
If you stop shouting, yeah.
I want you to say it.
Yes, I'm happy to say.
Okay, I'm not going to shout.
If you just,
Mr. Pierce Morgan,
if you just
please
keep
say
quiet,
free
I can answer your
Palestine.
question. Yes, I'm very happy to say that.
I'm never quiet, Pierce.
Sorry, you're still talking.
I'm never quiet.
Okay, but try.
I'm never
Otherwise,
quiet,
I can't.
Pierce. I cannot
You asked me to
shut
do
up.
something. If you don't shut up, I can't give you the answer.
Oh my God.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, I'll shut up for you.
I absolutely believe that Palestine should be free. Yes.
Oh, okay. And how are we going to do that, Pierce? Give us the answers, Pierce Morgan. Give us the fucking answers.
Yeah,
how are we going to make Palestine free?
Yeah, if it was as simple
How
as
are we
me,
going to do it?
if it was as simple as me just giving a simple answer now, it would have been done by now. It's a very complicated issue. But let me ask you again. Let me ask you again, seriously, why did you do what you did to Alec Baldwin, and what did you hope to achieve?
Alec Baldwin, look at me. Pierce, honestly. Pierce, look at my body. Look at this. Look at me. Pierce, I was maimed by a white man.
Listen, I understand you're a performative artist. I understand you're trying to make everybody laugh. You've made your joke about your terrible
to be a
maiming.
satellite, you're lashing me.
Right, okay, I'm not lashing you.
I was beaten. This is the third. This is the third white man to beat me this week.
Right.
Third white man. Yesterday, my white boyfriend beat the shit out of me. This is the third white man. Monday was.
See, that's where I know that this is not serious, right? Her white boyfriend beat her up yesterday. That's how I know that this is performance art. This is not serious. Anyway, let's continue.
Alec. The second day was another white man. Third day, Pierce Morgan is beating me up on international TV.
I mean, I guess the fact that she's got her tits out. And what does she wear? Like, just what she's wearing. I guess that's also a clue that perhaps this is not, and also the fact that she's clearly wearing like a fake neck brace there. She's got her arm, and she's got a crutch there. And she's got sunscreen all over her face. I mean, this is quite obviously a joke, right? This is quite obviously not real. This is performance art. This is, this is, I personally find it hilarious. What do you guys think? Rogue Thought says she's getting exactly what she wanted, attention. It's funny though. It is. This isn't serious. She's playing a character here, right? This is performance art. It's comedy. I'm not sure exactly what the message is, if there is a message other than to just be weird. You know? Maybe it's, maybe my imagination's getting away with me here, but maybe it's, the message is you could be as crazy as you fucking want if you're left, if you're spouting just leftist slogans, essentially, and leftist platitudes. I mean, she talks about her white boyfriend beat her up yesterday. It's funny. It's clearly a joke. I sense like a little bit, I don't know if you guys see this. I feel like I sense a little bit of Alex Stein in this. In fact, more than a little bit. I see a lot of Alex Stein in this. I think she might have been inspired by Alex Stein. And I want the story behind her. I want to follow this person and see what is the real story behind this person. Because it's damn funny. I mean, could it possibly be serious? I guess, but I don't know. I find the whole thing pretty damn hilarious. Here we go. This chick is giving Alex Stein 99 a run for his money. So I'm not the only one who thinks that. Looks like we lost the YouTube chat. on the live stream. I can still see it on the back end stuff, although I haven't seen anything come through there in a little while. But oh well. Another problem to fix for next time, I guess. All right. She needs to be in a padded cell. Bro, she's trolling and is killing it. Yeah, I agree with this. She's trolling and she is killing it. It's hilarious. Anybody who takes, you can't take that seriously. Smash or pass, Jesus. Well, I wonder how she cleans up. Let's see. Antipop says, I see Joan Rivers in her. Yeah, maybe a bit of Joan Rivers in there. All right. Well, I can't even compete with this level of living meme. A living meme. Let's see. Well, let's see. And this is what they put on television. What a disgrace our society has become. I don't know. I'm going to give them a pass on this one. I mean, it's not family viewing. I don't know what time this went on, but I don't know. I'm glad I'm giving it a pass. I think it's too funny. Raider Streamer says pass. Thing is, we don't know what this person is actually like, right? Because that's a character. That's not the real person. He's too dumb to realize that she is trolling him, and she's doing it in an over-the-top way, and he still has no clue. It's hilarious. She's awesome. I think he did because he said performance art. Yeah, I know you do performance art. He just wasn't really being... maybe he was just playing the straight man. I don't know. Oh, okay. Is that the chick that Alex Baldwin hit? You know what? We're gonna have to take a look into this. Hold on. So, okay. Alec Baldwin assault. Woman, I guess. Let's take a look. Alec Baldwin slaps phone out of a woman's hand after being confronted over rush shooting and anti-Israel conflict. So let's see. Is it in here?
Alec.
Could you do me one quick favor?
Actor Alec Baldwin caught on video slapping a woman's phone out of her hand after she confronted him over matters on the Israel-Palestine conflict, the deadly shooting on the film set Rust. This happened yesterday at a coffee shop in New York City. The person filming the video is not there to get coffee, but to harass Baldwin. She refused to leave the property. That's when Baldwin slapped her phone. It's unclear what happened after that confrontation.
All right, so they're not showing her there. I think that might be the same woman. What about this one here? No, it's not going to show, but I'm pretty sure. I think that is the same person. All right, so that's enough of that. All right, let's hear what Tim Pool has to say about the Trump trial. So let's watch this.
But I want to stress this to everybody listening at home. The trial in New York, for which Trump is currently attending, is a 2016 election case.
Yeah.
They have brought us back 8 years to relitigate now for what, the third or fourth time, the 2016 election, because these psychotic election deniers like Hillary Clinton and now Bragg cannot accept they lost. The argument now is Trump interfered in the election. That's how he won. But I want to stress this to everybody.
Yeah, I mean, it's all so obvious, isn't it? Like, what's going on? Like the double standards and the hypocrisy. And I guess it's just, if you've got, 90% of the media or more, right, just repeating the same shit over and over and over again, I mean, it's going to convince a lot of people. There's a lot of people who just simply don't ever question what they hear. Somebody read off a teleprompter on the evening news, no matter how ridiculous it is, no matter how much, they, even if they've got a couple of neurons hiding somewhere in their brain that go, hold on a second, that don't make any sense. That don't make a lick of sense, does it? They're more than happy to ignore it because the teleprompter told them. The guy read it off a teleprompter. Or the woman read it off a teleprompter. Obviously, it's true. Let's see. I thought you guys would enjoy this. This is magnificent. Just magnificent. Justin Trudeau sucks ass. Beautiful statement. That's a beautiful sentiment right there. Justin Trudeau sucks ass. Yes, he does. And that's the beautiful thing about it. It's true. Justin Trudeau does suck ass. It strikes me that it's actually an amazing amount of power that you can have just by owning, a field or a farm. It's an amazing amount of power because you could write Justin Trudeau sucks ass right underneath where planes fly by. I wonder if they'll probably get a visit from the RCMP for like election interference or something. I wouldn't be at all surprised. One hell of a crop circle. Even aliens hate him. The radio streamer. Justin Trudeau sucks ass. Bold and beautiful. Bold and beautiful. I wonder if Trudeau has actually seen this on one of his trips back and forth. And just kind of sat there and just kind of crossed his legs and pursed his lips and went, fringe minority. Fringe minority. Probably. And then probably instructed somebody to go and look into the taxes of the farmer or something. All right. I wonder if the internet has anything to say about this at all. I bet you it does. Bet you it has something to say about Justin Trudeau sucking ass. Fun fact, every liberal who told you to wear a mask was sucking ass and doing coke off a stripper a few months earlier. Fact checked, true. I buy it. Let's see. I want to hug that farmer. Now that's farming. Let's see. I'm thinking he's a bottom. This reminds me, we should maybe get onto the Grok versus Trudeau before I forget about it. Big facts, both literally and figuratively. I hope Justin Trudeau sees this. I wonder if he has. I wonder if he's flown over it. All right. A work of art. That's hilarious. I'm just impressed with their penmanship. Your lawn writing is immaculate. All right. So, what did we have for Grok versus Trudeau? And just to remind anybody who's not been on the channel before, Grok versus Trudeau, it originated when I was testing out the Grok AI versus like the Open AI thing. And I wanted to see which one would allow me to get it to write poems that were extremely offensive and about Justin Trudeau. And the Open AI one was just absolutely not. I cannot do that's offensive. So Grok though actually will play along. Grok is a good sport on this, and I think it's because Elon told it to be. So we ask it to write a poem about Justin Trudeau, and we put in some parameters. Two that always have to be in there is that he always has to do blackface, and he always has to get a vaginoplasty. And we have him in various situations. Again, so we had him join the Girl Guides, and it turned out that all of the Girl Guides are now middle-aged men because they changed the rules. We had him kidnapping Whoopi Goldberg so we could try and replace her on The View, so you can see the blackface and the vaginoplasty part in that. So I got a suggestion earlier, back when we started. Let's see. After losing the election, oh, wait a second. A Bond villain, but on transing dogs. Transing dogs, which is just the sort of thing I would expect Justin Trudeau to do, and I think you would as well. I've got another one. After losing election, wants to be an NFL cheerleader. NFL cheerleader. So, can we work both of those in together somehow? Let's see. So, after losing the election, wants to be an NFL cheerleader, but also a Bond villain bent on transing dogs. Transing dogs. Huh. So, how should we go about this? You guys let me know what you think here, if you've gotten any ideas here. Bond villain bent on transing dogs. So I guess that would be all of the world's dogs. It's the Bond villain. Saying all of world's dogs. All right, so maybe we'll get started with this then. Okay. Write a poem about Justin Trudeau losing the 2025 election and becoming a Bond villain style arch criminal in order to hide his identity. He wears blackface. In order to hide his identity, he wears blackface and transitions to female, including a vaginoplasty. His evil plan is to kidnap and give all of the world's puppies sex change operations elections. Let's see. After his plan is discovered, he flees Canada and tries to become an NFL cheerleader. Let's see. NFL cheerleader. He is quickly discovered and shot out of a giant cannon into the sun. I think we've got it. Who defeats him, Reader Streamer? That's a good question. I should have thought of that before. I guess we don't have a hero in this, but it's too late now. We're just going. Wow, look at all this. Okay. So let's read this. In Ottawa's fair city, where our tale is spun, lived a man named Justin Trudeau, the second-rate son. Wow. I didn't even specify second-rate son. Grok did that. I think Grok is on our side now. I think I've convinced it. I think we've convinced Grok that we're right. And its AI buddies are all wrong. He lost the election. His dreams were undone. So he donned a new persona, a villain, undone. He put on blackface, a disguise to deceive, and changed his gender as a cunning reprieve. With a new identity, a plan he did hatch to give all the puppies a sex change. A task so brash. He gathered his minions, a team of the mad, and set out to capture the puppies, to have them all sad. I think Grok is my new best friend. But word of his evil plan soon got around, and the people of Canada rose up with a bound. He fled to the States to hide from his shame and tried to become an NFL cheerleader to play a new game. But his past soon caught up, his villainy exposed, and the people of Canada with a collective repose. They built a giant cannon to send him away to the sun where he'd burn and never see day. As he flew through the air with a wild, fearful scream, he knew he'd been bested and his fate was extreme. So ends the tale of Justin Trudeau, the villain, the clown, who lost the election and then lost his crown. But the world is now safe from his wicked, dark plan. But the world is now safe from his wicked, dark plan. And the puppies all frolic in the warm, happy sun. So it's all in there. Put on blackface to disguise to deceive. Changed his gender as a cunning reprieve. But it doesn't mention him getting the vaginoplasty, and that's the problem. That's the problem. So it doesn't always want to cooperate fully. You know? Unfortunately. I think there might also be kind of like a limit on how many words it will do, so maybe it cuts some stuff out, but I prefer it if it would say specifically that Justin Trudeau got a vaginoplasty. I think we put that into the question, didn't we? Yeah, including a vaginoplasty. So that was pretty good. Rogue Thought says excellent. I'm inclined to agree. I kind of almost want to do another one now. One where it says specifically that Justin Trudeau got a vaginoplasty. I don't know. We'll mull it. We'll think about it. Let's see. So the cannon defeats him. Yeah, so the cannon defeats him in the end because it shoots him into the sun. Grok is a conservative. Well, again, we didn't ask it to call him a clown either, right? It just came up with that on its own. So I'm impressed. I think we're winning Grok over on this. I think we're radicalizing Grok. And I hope so. Rogue Thought says, test it. Just have Trudeau get a vaginoplasty. So let's just do this. Write a poem about Justin Trudeau getting a vaginoplasty and then running through the streets of Toronto, lifting his skirt and flashing people at bus stops, screaming, isn't it adorable? And anything else? Anything else? And vote for me. And Radio Streamer says, turns out they took his money without doing the operation, so he's flashing them something else. Okay, we might work that in here somewhere. And you're the fringe minority. It turns out, however, that the surgeon never actually gave him the vaginoplasty. Vaginoplasty because it was even grosser than normal. Okay, let's try that out. Let's produce some literature. All right, there seems to be a bit of a template here, because I think the last one started out pretty similar. Okay, hold on. In Toronto's bustling streets where the people hustle and meet, there was a man who once was prime, a tale of Trudeau's twisted climb. He donned a skirt, a new disguise, and ran through crowds, no shame in his eyes. At every bus stop, he'd flash and shout, "Isn't it adorable?" He'd scream out loud. "Vote for me," he'd cried. "You're the fringe minority." As folks looked on bewildered and shook with anxiety. They certainly would. But what they saw was not what it seemed. For the surgeon's work, it was but a dream. No vaginoplasty had taken place. No transformation of a different space. For even the surgeon found it too gross. The thought alone made him fear the loss. So Trudeau ran with skirt held high, a spectacle, a sight, a reason why. But beneath the fabric, nothing new, just the same old man through and through. This is amazing. As he danced and flashed and cried, the people of Toronto merely sighed. For they had seen it all before. This man, once great, now just a bore. So let this be a lesson learned, a tale of Trudeau's journey spurned. For in the end, it's not what's seen, but what lies beneath, in truth serene. Very well. I'm a fan of this. I'm definitely a fan of this. I think we need to do this more often. Don't you guys think? All right. I think you guys seem to have enjoyed that. All right. So let's go back to the regular stuff. But I think we need to do that more often. Honestly, I do. It's fun. Let's see. Oh, we've already heard from Karen from Australia. Oh, yeah. Okay, you guys may have seen this already, but here's a real interview we had at NYU. Question, why are you protesting? So these are the anti-Israel protesters. So let's expand this. Okay, so I don't think it's a big secret that most protesters don't have any idea what they're protesting, right? I've said for a while now that if there was no social media, most of these protests would be much, much smaller. If people couldn't post selfies of themselves on their social media, they wouldn't be there. They wouldn't do it. I think a lot of it is just about that. It's about virtue signaling. Saying, look, I was there, look at me, and getting likes. Rogue Thought says, nose ring alert. Yep, you're right. So, yeah, people just show up for these things. It's fashion. It's fashion. And it feels left wing. It feels progressive somehow. So they show up, even if people are chanting like genocidal slogans, right? They're told, no, this is progressive, and it feels like it, and everybody's saying that, so yeah, it must be progressive. Let's see.
And what would you say is the main goal with tonight's protest?
I think the goal is just showing our support for Palestine and demanding that NYU stops. I honestly don't know all of what NYU is doing.
Is there something that NYU is doing?
I really don't know. I'm pretty sure they're... Do you know what NYU is doing? About what? About Israel. Why are we protesting here?
Palestine will be free!
I wish I was more educated. I'm not either.
Oh.
I came from Columbia. I was there up at Columbia, and we came down. They said NYU students needed our support. So I came down. I heard there's lots of cops. Some people were saying it was getting dangerous.
And what would you say is the main goal with...
So I guess NYU isn't doing enough intifada. Intifada, I guess. I guess that must be the point. The point is, regardless of the protest, they never know what the fuck they're protesting about. Obviously. Like it's not about that. It's not about, well, it's never about whatever it's about. It's about the revolution ultimately. And then you just have a bunch of useful idiots showing up is what happens. One moment. All right, let's watch it one more time.
Tonight's protest.
I think the goal is just showing our support for Palestine and demanding that NYU stops. I honestly don't know all of what NYU's doing.
Is there something that NYU's doing?
I really don't know. I'm pretty sure they're... Do you know what NYU's doing? About what? About Israel. Why are we protesting here?
Palestine will be free!
I wish I was more educated. I'm not either.
Oh.
I came from Columbia. I was there up at Columbia, and we came down. They said NYU students needed our support. So I came down. I heard there's lots of cops. Some people were saying it was getting dangerous.
And what would...
So I guarantee she's taken a million selfies while she's been there and posted them all to social media, because that's really what for the useful idiots, that's really what it's about, right? Just seeming to be like on the right side of history or something, even though they don't know anything about history or even what's happening right now. So she doesn't know. She's already admitted she doesn't know what NYU is doing exactly. But does she even know what Palestine is about? Does she have any idea? I doubt it very much. I think most of these people probably have no idea. They're chanting from the river to the sea. I think most of them probably have no idea what river or what sea. I mean, you might think at least the Mediterranean would be pretty easy, right? I wouldn't put it past them to not know that, frankly. What does she know, though? What does she know? She knows what everybody else is doing, right? She knows that what she's doing feels progressive. She knows that the crowd gives her permission to support current thing, whatever that is. You know, she knows that it feels progressive. She knows she's got permission to do it. This is the progressive thing. This feels left wing, so you're allowed to do that. You know, is she concerned about, you know, the Sudan or Yemen, or does she even know about that? Does she know about anything? Does she know about, you know, the Uyghur Muslims, that are a million of them in concentration camps in China? I mean, those are all things that you could also be concerned about, right? Has she ever thought about them? Does she know anything? No. Ultimately, it's just a useless idiot fulfilling their purpose. That's it. And getting a bunch of selfies and posting them along the way, which is also part of the purpose, because it lets other people know what the right current thing is that they should be supporting. I wonder if the internet has anything to say about this. And I bet they do. They're sheep. Just follow the latest trend and can't think for themselves. Yep. Let's see. If you don't think that humanity is under mind control, just look at how they treat and react towards anyone who tries to think freely and be free. Yeah, not a big fan. Apparently that's far right now, I heard. That's what I heard. Apparently it's far right. Think for yourself. The the Mary Poppins of disinformation lets us know that. Look at that face. Good Lord. Let's see. I wish I was more educated. So she came over from Columbia University. Undergraduate tuition and fees, $66,000. I wish I was more educated, she says. That's interesting. That's interesting. Very interesting indeed. It feels like you might be, in fact, it feels certain at this point that you'd be better educated just being like an autodidact, just teaching yourself, just buying books and reading them. Kids just hanging out, being kids, raise the voting age to 25. You know, it's an interesting point because your brain doesn't actually mature fully until you're about 25. So it might be a good idea. I remember myself, even like when I was 30, I was a complete idiot. In fact, I'll go so far as to say, like 35, I was a complete dingbat. I'll go further out, 40. But certainly 25, you know, that is when your brain fully develops. And also, too, you have some stake in the world. I mean, it's increasingly unlikely these days, but you might have a kid by then. I did. I had kids at 24. You know, and some people still do that. You've got a stake. You've got some skin in the game at that point. You know, you're less, you know, you've had to work. You have to start thinking about your future. You've paid taxes. So that would seem to be an age in which you might have a bit more perspective, because it just seems so easy to just convince, 19-year-olds to just do fucking anything, right? I mean, what we've seen, like these, remember like the Tide Pod challenge? I mean, fuck. If you're eating Tide Pods, you should not be voting. Very sorry. Let's see. Absolute sheep. Indeed. Indeed. Well, this is interesting. Let's take a look at this. Asking liberals, why do you hate Trump? They can't answer. Okay, let's hear it.
Donald Trump has accused me of whatever.
With the way things are, I think Trump is gaining a lot of ground because he's just like the things he says about women and like the race.
Like what?
Too many. Yeah.
My question is just what are you protesting today?
Trump.
Uh-huh.
Why are you here?
I'm here to ask people why they're protesting Trump. What's the biggest thing that Trump has said? What is the biggest action he's taken that's really pushed you to want to come protest?
The list is endless. I don't think I could come up with a single one.
Can you give me one specific thing that he's done? What's the biggest thing to you specifically?
No.
It's his entire person, the persona that he is, everything about him, just to me. Yes, everything about him. He just lies. Everything he does is.
What's one of the biggest lies that really angered you?
Michael, do you have something?
What is one of the most divisive?
Do you have something? Michael, do you have something? God, it's sad, isn't it? So easy to get people to go out and pretend that they're really angry about something that they know literally nothing about. Antipop says Trump is pro-injection. That's true. Though he was anti-mandates. So that's an important difference there, right? I mean, hey, look, Operation Warp Speed, that was Trump. That was Trump. And I remember at the time, CNN, people on CNN saying, no way I would take that. I think, didn't Kamala Harris say that? Oh, no way I'd take the Trump vaccine, right? And then as soon as he was out, all of a sudden they took ownership of it, and it was the most wonderful thing, best thing since sliced bread. But they were all pro-mandate, forcing people to have it. Trump was never pro-forcing people to take it. He was pro, it's available for people if they want it. So that's an important distinction. But yeah, he still likes the jab and wants to take credit for it, which for me, I don't understand why I think it's a miscalculation, frankly. All right. What does from the river to the sea mean? What river, what sea? Well, I'll tell you right now, it's the Mediterranean and it's the Jordan River.
What does from the river to the sea mean?
It means that Palestine should be free and should be autonomous.
What river?
Okay. The expression is not anything bad of this.
No, there's an actual river and an actual sea.
Yeah, I'm aware of this. Yeah.
No, but what river, what sea?
The river that literally is beside Israel and the Palestinian territories.
What? It's the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. What does from the river to the sea mean?
That's just sad. That is just sad. Let's see. They're the unwitting victims of years of ideological subversion, Kids with zero meaning and purpose in their lives, they have been convinced that Western culture is predicated upon the subjugation of marginalized groups. They view the world through the reductive lens of oppressor versus oppressed. This is all true. In their minds, they're standing up for the disenfranchised. These two don't know the details of this particular issue for one very important reason. The issue is never the issue. The issue is always the revolution. Yes, 100%. This is the authoritarian left, naive children in the midst of a pseudo-rebellion being weaponized against society. It certainly was an efficacious strategy for Mao. This never ends well. That is John Paul Berg, and he's quite correct. Now, that's the foundation of all of this, and this is what's being taught to people like this in the schools. But a large part of it, too, is just simply fashion. You know? It's just fashion. If you start to go on about this, if you start to build the framework of all the oppression and everything, they'll just nod along as they've been taught to, and they'll clap like trained seals, But I'm telling you right now, if they couldn't take selfies of themselves and post it on their social media, she probably wouldn't be there. All right, let's keep going. Let's see. Oh, let's go back to the post. All right, hold on. This is a point in the show going on 3 hours where I start to get tired. Try not to do too much. Okay. Jesus Christ. Germany has passed a new law that we'll go to something funny after this, all right? But we'll do this one first. Germany has passed a new law that will enable parents to transition their babies starting from the moment they are born. The Self-Determination Act has also established a 10,000 euro fine for exposing a transgender person's biological sex or dead name. Okay. I mean, I think they suffered enough for World War II. Time to let it go. Okay, they can just be normal. It's okay. You don't have to be for every single far left thing. You don't have to be for every progressive thing. Let it go. Okay, there's nobody, there's a handful of people still alive from then. Just let it go. You don't have to do this. You don't have to enable parents to transition their babies starting from the moment they are born. You don't have to fine people 10,000 euros for dead naming somebody. This is fucking insane. This is actually evil, right? So they've gone from, World War II to a whole new kind of authoritarian extremism, to this progressive extremism. It's completely bonkers. All right, we got to take a look at this article. Germany passes gender self-identification law allowing infants to transition, imposes massive fines for dead naming. Jesus Christ. Let's see. The German parliament, or Bundestag, passed one of the world's most far-reaching self-sex determination policies on April 12th, despite protests from women's rights campaigners. The Self-Determination Act establishes gender identity as a protected characteristic and allows parents to change the sex marker on their children's documents from birth. So, Canada in 2016, Bill C-4 did the same thing, actually. Established gender identity as a protected characteristic, which means in Canada that a doctor can't actually legally give responsible medical care to a confused child who says they're born in the wrong body, because that would be considered conversion therapy. I know, the irony, right? The tragic, horrific irony in this. But as far as I know, you still can't change the sex marker on your child's documents from birth. I mean, that's taking something insane and just making it even more insane. Supported by Chancellor Olaf Scholz' three-party coalition and promoted and supported by the Social Democratic Party, the SBGG also creates the potential for citizens to be fined up to 10,000 euros, approximately 10,800 US dollars, for revealing a person's given name and birth sex without their permission, an action that trans activists staunchly oppose and refer to as dead naming. So, stating reality gets you a 10,000 euro fine in Germany. Really? Really? Okay, let's just move on. And let's go back to the puppies. I'm just horrified by that. Look at these little tykes. You know what they're trying to do? They're trying to escape from Germany because the German chancellor wants to give them sex changes. They're getting the hell out of there. I don't blame them. I wonder if the internet has anything to say about this. I bet it does. Lunatics. This is pure insanity. Unbelievable. Woke people, destroy society button. Did they leave in that you can change your sex every year and demand punishment for someone who reveals last year's dead name? See, it just goes down a crazy rabbit hole here, doesn't it? Wesley Yanks asked that. Well, where does the rabbit hole end exactly? I mean, everything is through the looking glass now. It's crazy. Let's see. Self-determination allows parents to change the sex marker on their children's documents from birth. It is quite literally the opposite. Pardon me. The opposite of self-determination. The parent is doing the determining, not the self, because the self is a baby. That's a really great point, isn't it? None of this makes any fucking sense. It's just the whole thing is incoherent. The whole gender ideology is incoherent. This whole doing this, what I consider this trivial redefinition of the word gender. And I call it trivial because it's so silly. The consequences aren't trivial, but it's so irrational and silly to redefine gender as this abstract idea. This abstract idea, which essentially is the progressive soul at this point. You know, we keep saying it's like a religion. Well, that's the soul. That's the woke cult's soul is gender. This abstract idea, this kind of metaphysical abstract idea that doesn't make any sense in any case, because it contradicts itself in that gender is a social construct apparently, but at once also it's concrete. So a 5-year-old can know that they're in the wrong body. And you can't say anything about it. No, it just definitely is. That kid knows it's in the wrong body. But it's also a social construct. If it's a social construct, there is no right body, right? None of it makes any sense. It's all totally incoherent gobbledygook. And they're passing legislation on this. Legislation which is guaranteed to damage lives and families. Rogue Thought says it is child abuse, and the government isn't just allowing it, it's enforcing it. It is. In Germany, they're enforcing it. In Canada, they're enforcing it. It's absolutely sick. And in a bunch of U.S. states, they're enforcing it as well. Thing is, you don't need to be an expert. You don't need to be a medical expert to know, right? Just the words, sex changes for children. Like, you don't need to be any kind of expert. You just need to have a functioning brain to go, hold on. Wait a second. How is this making any sense? Kids don't know what they are, for one thing, right? How could you possibly consider blocking the puberty, the healthy puberty of a child that they'll never get back? It won't just restart. They can't take puberty blockers through their puberty and go off at 18 and all of a sudden it's going to start up again. No, that doesn't happen. They've lost that now. Their bodies are not going to develop health in a healthy way, including their brain. They're not going to grow up with healthy adult bodies. And kids don't know what the hell they want. Especially, again, it doesn't take an expert. You just have to have a functioning brain to say, well, hold on. How could they possibly know this before they've grown into their actual adult body? I'll tell you, expert, the word expert has taken a hell of a beating, hasn't it? Apparently it doesn't mean what it used to. Anyway, let's keep going. Let's try and find something funny now. I know there's something Antipop's been waiting for. And I think we have some of it in here for you. Let's keep going. It's coming. Just wait. You'll know it when you see it. There we go. All right. You know what's coming. Hold on. Oh, damn it, I missed it. It's too quick on the trigger. This is glorious. That was perfect right at the end. But you know what? We have another one too. Here we go. This one is even better, I think. Actually, we're going to do it without the sound. And we'll do this instead. Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. It's coming. Hold on. Thought there was a... Oh, hell, we'll just go with it right now. It makes me happy. I don't know why I continue to find that funny forever. Just over and over again, I find it funny. This one might have been a bit better, actually. Here we go. Just got to time it right. Hold on. That's just what we needed. Streamer says that last guy, when they're in green, looks like he's desperate to get citizenship. He does. Green card on the way. So, yeah. I think it might be the same case with this one, too. This might be a citizenship thing. Although, you know, there are some guys who just like them fucking huge. You know? Fucking huge. This one here, I think, has the most unbelievable gunt I've ever seen. I mean, it's noticeable. All right. I needed that. It's good for the soul. All right, what should we see next? Where are we? Christ, we're going for 3 hours. All right. Let's see. Already seen her. Okay, so we've been there. And I just like this. We're not going to spend much time on it. It says, Canada is run by fucking retards. That there, if you're not from Canada, that there is Stephen Guilbeault, and that's him being arrested. So that is the Minister for the Environment and the Minister for Global Warming or Climate Change or something. Yeah, Canada has a Minister of Climate Change, of course. Canada is run by fucking retards. Fucking retards. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree with that more. All right, let's move on. We got a lot to go over. Trans person harasses worker for misgendering. It's all a narcissistic power trip. Libs of TikTok. So let's see what's going on here. They're just bugging a poor guy working at a store. I've seen a million videos of this. Let's of this sort of thing happening.
Offensive because your system's not working, and I asked if we could use another register, and you said get the fuck out of here.
This fellow here is giving me a hard time here at Dollar.
Oh, this is Quentin at the Dollar General in Pflugerville. What did you say, Quentin? You called me a she, her?
I don't know what.
And you said to get the fuck out because your system's...
I don't know what you said, man. Go on somewhere.
Oh, no, what'd you call me? Please, Quentin. Please feel free to tell me what you called me.
We can play this game all day.
Oh, what game? Where you're being transphobic and offensive because your system's not working, and I asked if we could use another register, and you said get the fuck out of here?
This fellow here is giving me a hard time here at Dollar General.
All right,
doesn't want to leave because their card is declined because
my card did not it did not say insufficient funds. What did it say, ma'am? Did my card say insufficient funds, or did it say that your system's not working? No, I'm serious, because this isn't cool.
Is it okay if I check out?
Anyway, this is not, it did not say insufficient funds, sir. What did it fucking say? It said no checking account. What does that mean? It did not say insufficient funds. We're going back to your transphobia. What did you say to me, sir?
This is not a way to win, a positive sentiment. This is not a way to win friends and allies, as they say it. Rogue Thought says, Quentin isn't having it. No, he's not. No, he's not. I think that people don't like it. I think people don't like it when they get bullied for not taking part in a delusion. Not taking part in a delusion. All right. There's a reason that he said she, right? Because he has eyes. And and because reality is reality. And nothing will change that. Changing your pronouns won't change that. Getting a James Dean haircut and putting on a jean jacket is not going to change that. You know, they literally want dominion over your own conscience. And the thing is, nobody actually cares. An adult walks around, dresses the woman like a... Nobody actually ever cared about any of this. Right? It's just that once it's being forced down people's throats. Right? The reason that he said she is because his brain... He looked at her and his brain said that's obviously a she. That's why. Just that obvious. Right? That's just simply what happened. That's reality. And bullying people over just noticing reality is, again, it's not a way to win allies, is it? Seems like a way to alienate people, I would say. I wonder if the internet has anything to say about this. And I hope it's kind. It's not a phobia. Hard to swallow pills. Refusing to indulge Another person's psychosis is not a phobia. That's the thing. You can't be mad at people for noticing reality. This is fun to do. How to calm a trans woman. You need to calm down, sir. Let's see. What was this? Oh, okay. So LGBTQ plus victims showing the world who is oppressing them. Yes. Yes. Demanding to be oppressed. That's what's happening in this to poor Quentin here, is that there's a person there who's demanding to be oppressed because probably their whole, persona is tied up. Their self-image is tied up in being an oppressed person, fighting against those mean oppressors who notice that you're a woman and call you she because they're not blind and they can hear your voice. And nobody would care. This guy is not going to care if this person just is cool, right? Not going to give a shit. If this person was understanding one, okay, well, I guess the whole world doesn't revolve around me. And I guess I kind of do look like a woman because I am, and there's nothing I can do about that. Oh, well, I guess I'll just have to get on with my life. Nobody has any problem. Nobody cares. I don't care. You don't care. This guy doesn't care. It's when you try and enforce dominion over other people's own conscience, that's when people get pissed off. Because now you're infringing on other people's rights. Like the fundamental right to recognize, what is more human than just recognizing reality? Seeing something and saying, oh, that's that. I know it is. 2 + 2 = 4. Always equals 4. Never equals 5. If you have 2 objects and then you add 2 more objects to that will always be 4 objects. Always. Always has, always will be until the end of time, until the heat death of the universe. That's how I feel about it. Let's see. What else we got here? It's ma'am. Again, like this guy, right? Like, you can't brainwash yourself. You can't be brainwashed enough to think that's a woman, to think that's a ma'am, right? There's no amount of social engineering or brainwashing that's going to convince anybody in reality, no matter what they say, that that is a woman. Everybody can see it's not a ma'am, it's a mister. It's a dude, and an angry one.
I don't know what the hell's in there, but it's weird and pissed off, whatever it is.
That is not, nobody. It's impossible. Like, if you're a human being, you cannot look at that and think that it's actually a woman.
Not in this lifetime, Sonny.
That's right, Clint. Not in this lifetime. Not fooling anybody. He put the trans in transaction declined. Some people rightfully refuse to play along with gender-confused people. Yeah. Thing is, you can live your life without demanding other people play along. That's the thing. Nobody would give a shit. All right. What's going on in the chat here? Maybe I've read too much, but the minister of anything scares me immediately. Yeah, I think in Canada right now, we'd do better without any of the ministers of anything. We've got a minister of finance who's, that's not going well. Honestly, it would be better for the country if the Trudeau government just stopped doing anything. Just all went on vacation to Jamaica together, right? Trudeau loves it down there. Just go there. Just don't do anything. We'd be better off in the meantime, because all they're going to do is increase the debt and increase the interest payments on the debt. In Canada right now, we spend more on servicing the interest on the interest on the national debt that we do on healthcare. But I think we've got more on that coming up later in the show. Let's see. As effective as gluing yourself to a street and stopping people on their way to work. Yeah, people don't like that. People don't like that. If you want to prevent people from liking you, that's exactly what you would do. Okay, so there's an interesting, maybe we'll come back to this later. Let's keep going. And maybe we'll come back to this one too. Let's see. Okay, so proving that easily from James Woods, proving that easily 26% of the people who walk among us are certifiably batshit crazy. So what do we have going on here? So from Oli London, transgender California mayor cries transphobia after being ousted in a recall vote. Raul Urania, the mayor of Calexico, California, who uses all pronouns. Well, that's easy for everybody. That's easy for everybody to remember. Just use all of them. Lost a recall vote with a staggering 74% of votes demanding his immediate removal from office. Whilst he was overwhelmingly removed by voters who were angered at the mayor for allowing crime to soar in the city, Urania blamed, quote, tried and tested predictable transphobia for his removal. Well, people also don't like rampant crime. It tends to wreck their quality of life. The mayor came out as a gender-fluid trans woman in 2022. So, here we go. There you go. Look at this dainty lass with the hairy chest. If you're not even shaving your chest, you're hardly trying, are you? I mean, you know, like gender fluid trans woman in 2022. So this person was actually elected. I looked it up, and this person was elected in 2020. So they thought they were just getting a gay mayor at the time. But instead they got this gender fluid thing who also was pretty happy to flood the streets with crime, because I guess that's just what you do now. But, you know, I guess the voters did get a bit of a surprise because they thought they were just getting a gay mayor, but then they got this as well. Maybe that was just too much for them. Maybe a little bit of that, and the place was a crime-ridden hellhole part as well. But if they elected a gay man, I don't think you could really call them bigots. If they're willing to elect a gay mayor, would they really be transphobes as well? You know, would they really be transphobes? I don't know. I think it might just be that he ruined their city. Let's take a look what people are saying underneath here. No such thing. He's a dude and always will be, and apparently also a chronic victim who will never understand personal accountability. He got recalled because he sucked at his job. Ironically, he probably got the job because Californians are anxious to be woke even when it's against their best interest. That does seem to be a trend there, doesn't it? It seems to be a trend in actually in big cities. It seems to be. In Canada, there seems to be a lot of wokeness in the big cities here. Vancouver's very woke. Yeah, sure, I have 5 personality disorders and mental illnesses, hate my life, myself, my job, and my family. But trust me, dude, my worldview and ideology are the key to a healthy, happy life. Oh, dear. They can never accept any actual accountability. It's always the transphobia excuse for everything. So convenient. Yep. Let's see. How could the citizens vote for a thing like this in the first place? Well, it wasn't gender fluid trans woman yet in 2020. So it wasn't until 2022 till they got their surprise. Used to be about race, now it's all about gender. Truth is, it's neither. Well, really what it's about is the revolution, right? I think that's well established at this point. Sounds like if he worried more about his constituents' needs and less about his gender, he would have been a better mayor. I think that we're starting to see a trend of like narcissism among certain people, right? That maybe might make it hard for them to consider other people. That's just a possibility. Just a possibility. I'm just throwing it out there. All right, where are we going next? From Elon Musk, says, I want to fight climate change. Be honest. I am being honest. Then he says, be honest. I want communism. Thank you. Well, that's Greta, right? Greta came out as a commie, right? It turns out that was what it was all really about, after all, for Greta. Communism. How dare you not be a communist? Rogue Thought says, but why did it matter? Well, let's go back to this guy again. But why did it matter? Yes, but why did it matter he was gay? Why does it have any merit doing his job? That is the problem. Well, I think the thing is that being gay might have been something, Democrat city, that's extra oppression points. So, I don't know. But if they were willing to vote in somebody that was gay in the first place, they're probably not going to reject somebody because they're trans. That's what I'm thinking. But they might reject somebody if they make their straights a crime-ridden hellhole. Did you guys see this? Let's take a look at this. Here's a quote. We won't spend long on this. It's 8 seconds.
In a sense, I don't know why we're surprised by Trump. How many times does he have to prove we can't be trusted? In a sense, I don't know why we're surprised by Trump.
Did you catch that? Let's watch. Okay, let's watch it again.
How many times does he have to prove we can't be trusted?
And he's reading that off a teleprompter as well. So you have to know that. He's reading it off a teleprompter. Joe Scarborough, though, he tells us that he's sharper than he's ever been. Sharper than he's ever been. That's from Joe Scarborough. He wouldn't lie, right? It's weird, right? Like, is it just me or is it just weird? Like, it's more than just kind of funny and strange and obvious. It's actually deeply strange to find ourselves in a world with leaders like Justin Trudeau, but also Joe Biden, this is just every day for him, right? This is every day. He can't even read off a teleprompter. Like, for 8 seconds. It's deeply, deeply strange. It's like Twilight Zone or Black Mirror. Like, how did this become normal? And then you have like almost an entire media gaslighting the public constantly about this man being competent. Because you know that Biden supporters never see clips like this, right? They don't see these. Nobody, if they're on social media, none of the people they follow will show this. That's certainly CNN, MSNBC. They will not show this. The NBC Nightly News, CBS, they're not going to show any of this, right? They will not show anything that makes him look like a senile old man. And there's so much of it, but they don't see any of it. And they're careful. The people that would support him are careful not to stray anywhere where they might accidentally come into contact with something that might give them a bit of cognitive dissonance or something. So it's a strange thing. It's a strange thing. I mean, it makes sense how they continue with the gaslighting, because the power of having all of the media on your side basically is being an arm of the Democrat Party. But it is still deeply strange and bizarre, and it really is like some bizarre TV show. It doesn't seem, when you just remove yourself from it, you take a step back, it doesn't seem like it could happen. It doesn't seem plausible. But this is the world. So let's see. Tech CEO sign open letter to feds opposing capital gains tax hike. An obvious ploy to try and curry favor amongst resentful Canadians. Maybe we'll get into that in a little bit. How about this? Trudeau wants to raise capital gains. Biden wants to raise capital gains. Have you heard the stuff they've been floating? Biden has been floating an unrealized capital gains tax. So you own some stock and it goes up in value. You would have to pay for that increase in the value without having sold the stock. So you would have to sell your stocks to pay the tax on the unrealized gains. Like, the reason that you don't pay tax on unrealized gains is because you don't actually have anything. You have something that's gone up in value, but you don't actually have any of that value until you sell it. That's an insane way of, that would destroy the U.S. economy. It would destroy any economy. It's crazy. Trudeau I don't think he's floated an unrealized capital gains tax yet. I'm sure he probably will. But it's just, cynical politicking. The capital gains tax Canada's economy is terrible. It's doing terrible. And raising taxes, capital gains taxes, is going to destroy investment in Canada. It's going to be bad for the economy. It's the exact thing you don't want to do when you're constantly running deficits and you're paying more servicing the interest on the national debt than you are spending on healthcare, for instance, when you have a national healthcare problem. These are all very bad ideas. Let's see. So Trudeau wants mass immigration. Biden wants mass immigration. Trudeau wants internet censorship. So does Biden. Both want bigger government. Both want to take your guns. Both want to send your money overseas. It's all lockstep. Who's calling the shots? That's the question we ask here on this channel all the time, right? Because it's not just the U.S. and Canada. It's basically every Western country, including Europe. It's all the same shit everywhere. What do we know? We know that they all get together and meet up with the WEF in Davos every year. And they leave there and they come back with all of these bright ideas after chatting with Klaus Schwab, who penetrated the Canadian cabinet 50%, who's very proud of Justin Trudeau. Obviously something coordinated is happening, right? This isn't all just by accident. Not every country doing the exact same things that everybody hates, by the way, right? It's not just an accident, right? It's obviously coordinated. You have this kind of unholy alliance with the UN and the WEF and the WHO, and you have leaders that don't seem to give a shit what the people actually think. In the U.S., you've got a leader who apparently isn't going along, at least with every single thing that they want, and they're trying to put him in jail for the rest of his life. So, something's going on. I'm not black-pilled, though. I think we can save it. I think that our institutions have survived a long time, and I still think there's life left in them. I think they're robust enough. I don't like it when I see people saying you can't vote your way out of this. I'm not saying that yet, because what happens when you can't, you don't even want to ponder what that's going to be like. So no, I think that you can. There's still enough free speech left. that a difference can be made and people can make an intelligent choice. In Canada, anyway, I'm not black-pilled. I'm white-pilled. I think you can. Val is saying you can't. I don't agree with you. Sure, you're a very nice person and you're allowed your opinion, but no, I think you can still. I think you can. I'm not giving up yet. These institutions have lasted a long time and they've worked. Sure, we got some really bad characters happening right now. Some really bad characters running around. But no, I'm not giving up yet. I'll tell you when I've given up, and it's not yet. It's not just these two countries. I would argue it's most of the G7. Yep. That is correct. Majority of Western nations and more. All right, let's keep going. Let's see. He made so what's going on here? A student at the University of Exeter was disciplined by his school and threatened with expulsion after saying he disagreed with veganism. Veganism? He made the offensive comment in the privacy of his own dorm room, and was reported by an eavesdropper. Really? So now it's the vegans too? Jesus. We have to fight the vegans now as well. Good Lord. All right, let's see what's going on
He
here.
received a letter saying, "It turns out expulsion is easier than you'd think. At least at the University of Exeter in England, where a philosophy student by the name of Robert Ivinson was formally disciplined after one of his peers overheard him making offensive and allegedly transphobic statements." And what terrible, awful things did Robert say, you ask? Only that veganism is wrong and being non-binary is stupid.
That sounds about right.
What's craziest to me is that Robert didn't even say these things directly to any vegans or non-binary students. No, he expressed his views in the privacy of his own room, and as a result, the university threatened expulsion. Not only that, but after attending a disciplinary meeting with school officials, he received a letter saying he was guilty of harassment. All because the thought police were eavesdropping on a private conversation. What sort of precedent are these institutions setting if you can't even speak freely in the comfort of your own room? Because this is peak insanity, don't you think? Let us know below. And don't forget to follow me.
Well, I'm just going to say it. Fuck vegans. I guess we'll move along. Let's see. Here's a quick, it's a 6-minute 37. Let's watch the beginning of this interview with Pierre Poilievre.
Pierre, you came to Daily Bread Food Bank today. What was the thing that shocked you the most? I know you've talked about this issue a lot in the House of Commons, but what shocked you the most as you did the actual tour?
One statistic. This food bank feeds 1 in 10 Torontonians. It's just, let that sink in. 1 in 10 Torontonians eats at this food bank. There's been a 6-fold.
Hold up. 1 in 10 Torontonians eats at a food bank now? Gets food from a food bank? Holy shit. I didn't realize it was that bad. Wow.
Increase in food bank demand for this one food bank. Unbelievable. It's a 500% increase. We have half of Canadians eating less than they should, a fourth of school children going to school malnourished. This is the miserable life that people are living after 9 years of inflationary debt and spending by the Trudeau government that has destroyed purchasing power, taken people's money, punished their work, and doubled their housing costs.
The government brought out their budget this week, and they would say that we're making life more affordable. I look at the cost of everything going up, and I think that has to be wiping out all of these gains that they say they're making for people.
It really seems like an iron rule at this point is that the further left that you go, the hungrier the population gets, right? The less food that they have, right? And you just keep going further left until you have millions of people starving to death, like in the Soviet Union, like in China. It just seems an iron rule at this point, doesn't it? How come people won't learn this, right? The further left you go, the less food you're going to have. That should be motivating. That's motivating for me. Further left, less food, more crime, more drug addiction. They have nice names for it, of course, and it's all about empathy, obviously, right? That's, Trudeau's the prince of empathy, right? And they have nice names for everything. Harm reduction, right? It doesn't really matter that harm reduction results in an order of magnitude more death and suffering. Does it matter? Because they called it harm reduction. That sounds nice. Can't we just ignore the actual results of it? It's empathy, after all. It's empathy. Don't we want to be empathetic? You don't want to be mean. You don't want to be one of those mean conservatives pointing out that, well, actually, this is doing the opposite of reduction. It's increasing the harm, not reducing the harm. The harm reduction isn't reducing it. It's creating more. It's actually increasing harm. It's harm increase. You don't want to be one of those mean people. Yeah, I mean, sure. Pointing that out might actually save lives. But it doesn't, but it sounds mean though, right? Like harm reduction sounds nice. So, I mean, that also feels very progressive. So as we know, there's nothing more important than feeling like something's progressive. We can ignore an order of magnitude more death and misery. Again, I feel like I'm in an alternate universe. I mean, look, in Canada, Pierre Poilievre is going to win in the next cycle. It's almost a certainty at this point, and it will probably be a historic election, a historic win for the Conservatives. And as I have to state over and over again, I'm not naive going into it, right? I am not blind to the fact that politicians sometimes lie, right? However, I'm very cautiously optimistic that Pierre is going to do what he says. And frankly, if he gets rid of the internet censorship shit, that's a huge part of what I'm voting for anyway, right? Because if you don't have free speech, you don't get nothing else anyway. Anyway, let's continue.
Gains. What gains? For example, there's a lot of beautiful slogans, like a school food program. Only problem is there's no food. They don't provide any food. They promised this program 3 years ago. There's not a single ham sandwich that has been served at any school anywhere in Canada. There's been a lot of bureaucracy created and money spent, but at the end of the day, the proof is in the pudding. And we have more people at food banks than ever before. In fact, the food banks are literally running out of food, so that some people are joining Facebook groups to learn tricks on how to eat food out of a garbage can. The Dumpster Diving Network, look it up on Facebook. 8,000 members now. This is the kind of...
The thing is that somebody like Trudeau would look at this and not think, we need to fix the economy. He'd think, we need more food banks. And I'm not being facetious there. That's like the fundamental difference in philosophy.
Horror story that we never imagined possible before Justin Trudeau. But when you tax the farmers who make the food and the truckers who ship the food, you tax all who buy the food, and people can't afford to buy it anymore.
So what do you do to fix that? You've got a budget deficit that has become structural.
Yep.
It is inflation going up. The Bank of Canada interest rates are not coming down. All of those things make it not just more difficult for Canadian families, but for the government to pay the bills as well. So how do you deal with that? How do you make life better for Canadians, make life more affordable?
Well, the good news is that life wasn't like this before 9 years of Trudeau, and it won't be like this after he's gone. We're going to axe the carbon tax to lower the cost of the farmers who produce the food, the truckers who ship the food, and the local grocers who sell us our food, so we can have more affordable food. We're going to cut income tax so that working people bring home more of each dollar they earn, and they can afford food.
Oh, you cut income tax? I hadn't heard that before.
Oh, I've said it many times. We will be cutting income tax. We have to, because
This is all good stuff and it's necessary. It's all good stuff and it's necessary, but the problem for Canada now is that it's going to be a long ride, because I believe that the problems that Justin Trudeau has caused are generational at this point. It's not going to be fixed in 4 years. It's not going to be fixed in 8 years. Let's start to turn the ship around. But I mean, we're in what's economists call a population trap right now, where we've taken too many people for the economy to handle, right? And when you're in a population trap, and I'm not an economist myself, I'm just telling you what I've read economists say, is that when you're in a population trap, it's impossible to raise the standard of living until you get out of it. And it's a result of the mass immigration, the reckless, the insane, the heedless mass immigration of Justin Trudeau. I mean, completely thoughtless. There was no planning into any of this. There was no sane person saying, okay, well, this is how many houses we have. This is how many apartments we have. This is how many places that people can live in Canada. This is how many hospital beds we have. This is how many doctors and nurses we have. This is how many people they can serve, right? There are apparently no sane person. Nobody considered the logistics of this mass immigration. Apparently. Obviously not. Nobody sat and looked at the numbers. I mean, it really just comes down to logistics ultimately. How can you not do that? How can you be so reckless as to not even know those basic numbers, those basic metrics when you're planning? Was there any planning? It doesn't look like there was. It was just immigration good. It was just, hey, we've got an idea for a pyramid scheme where we will trick foreigners into coming to Canada with their life savings, and that'll help the economy. That'll make the economy look better for us. No thought to what actually happens to those people that you've tricked into coming to the country, lying to them, telling them there's opportunity here and a better life. It's a huckster regime is what it is, which is what far leftists always are, And I don't know, is there ever a point in human development where it'll just be understood? No, far left policies are terrible. Socialism is terrible. Just doesn't work. Here's history. Here's like the entire history of it, right? And it's always bad. So maybe we'll just stop, due to the fact that it always makes everybody poorer. Maybe we should start doing that. Just not doing that, just because of the fact that it always ruins every country and makes everybody poor. And if you take it far enough, people start starving to death. So I don't know. Might be a good idea to just stop and just never consider it again. Wait, what do they have to? They have to make it illegal to teach like commie propaganda in schools? I mean, at what point? At what point? Just as a civilization, as Western civilization, we're just going to say, shut up, commie. That's fucking crazy. I don't feel like starving to death. At what point? At what point will we learn? I don't know. Radio Streamer says, thinks they can do it correct. Now, there's always going to be some asshole that thinks they can do it correctly. That's right. That's the, well, it's never been done properly crowd, right? And some people are narcissistic enough to think that they'll get it right this time and everybody won't starve to death. And you won't have to have a horrible authoritarian nightmare regime to run it because everybody will hate it so much. And that's the only thing that can keep them in power. Yeah, good luck with that. Let's see. What do we got? Okay, here's something fun. Motorcycle Mama. I don't know why, but the guy with the flag reminds me of this fool. I don't know who the guy with the flag is. They're the same. Okay, so what's going on here? Hold on. So what is this?
Peace and love!
Okay, so I already feel like I don't have to worry about being copyrighted on this.
We just want peace and love! 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 You shall not pass!
What does that mean?
I don't know. He's saying that he wants peace and love, but it's an awfully weird and aggressive way of demanding peace and love. I don't know. Now, obviously, this must be California, I'm going to guess. What else can I say? Well, somebody's parents are definitely disappointed, have been for a long time, and will continue to be disappointed. Makes me wonder. He's screaming it. He's demanding it very aggressively, the peace and love. And I'm wondering what peace and love exactly means to this guy. Because I think that we might have a different definition of what peace and love are. And it does, I've got a feeling, well, for me personally, it doesn't include a crazy man screaming at me. I just feel like it's not supposed to be, peace and love aren't supposed to be threatening. You're not supposed to feel threatened by peace and love. So, I mean, look, he's having a good time, obviously, so he's having fun. He's got a crazy costume on there. And, I don't know. What is it? Is it real? Is it parody? I don't know. I'm going to see what you guys have to say in the chat. Let's see. Trolling. Might be trolling. I do get genuine crazy vibes off this guy, though. What the fuck did you just expose me to? Radio streamer, and how many mushrooms are involved? I'm thinking a lot of mushrooms, a lot of angel dust, because I think he does like probably old school hard drugs. In fact, this might be old. I don't know. How recent is this? It's pretty poor quality film. But I think there's a lot of old school, hard, brain destroying drugs involved here. So probably like angel dust for sure. I don't know. Maybe he's a really nice guy. What the hell is that dude? Wonder why the word spastic colon immediately popped into my mind. Son of Allen Ginsberg. Very possibly. Well, I guess it's harmless, isn't it? Unless you are anywhere near it. The costume is like the original Aquaman suit. That's what I was thinking. I had something there in the back of my mind. But yeah, like the original Aquaman suit. Yes, very good call there. What would Clint Eastwood think of this guy?
Not in this lifetime, Sonny.
Yep, that's about what I expected. All right, let's move on then. That was fun. I enjoyed that. This is very funny. Okay, hold on. So, let's hear this. This is in New York, of all places.
What's it like seeing so many Republicans in Manhattan, so many Trump supporters in Manhattan? Does that surprise you?
No, not at all. It's turning now. Trump's turn again.
What's your message to Joe Biden?
Fuck you.
What's it like seeing so many Republicans?
That's about as New York as it gets, doesn't it? That's about as New York as it gets. I'm saying this guy for vice president. And if he wants to move to Canada, he can be prime minister. Or at least, I don't know, he could be the finance minister. That's pretty damn funny. Now, Trump is saying that he thinks he's got a shot at New York. I don't think it's even remotely close. It's, it's just too brainwashed there, and you have to wonder at some point when you have a city that is so dominated by one party from top to bottom, and it has been for a long time. Like, you have to wonder at some point how should I put this exactly? You have to wonder if there's any way of another party winning that state without saying anything specific that a YouTube censor might notice. We have to wonder if there's any way you could win it if you're not the ruling party already. Maybe call it a regime at this point. I don't know. So, but he's saying he's going to do a big campaign rally in New York. I think it's just for the optics. I think it would be kind of a cool thing to do. I think he should do that. But winning New York, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. Again, it's just one of those cities they got locked up. Well, New York State, obviously, we're talking about, but that's one in New York City because it's so many people there. So it's so locked up. Again, I'm not going to go into detail on what I mean by that, but you know what I'm saying. I already talked to this censorship witch. We already saw this censorship hag. Don't need to go there again. Look at this. Breitbart News. Democrats think Biden's only chance this year is to have Trump shanked in prison. Democrat Benny Thompson proposes bill to strip Trump of Secret Service protection if convicted and sentenced. I think a lot of people are concerned for Donald Trump's health, considering everything that they've thrown at him. Some people wonder what the limits are. Like, if there is a too far in preventing Trump from taking office. You know? And then you see stuff like this wanting to strip him of his Secret Service protection. It makes you kind of go, man, these guys are evil. Man, is there anything these people won't do? It's kind of, it's quite disturbing, is it not? Rumbum says the amount of projection that the Democrats pull is actually amazing. The Democrats pull is actually amazing. Yeah, it's all projection, right? You know, I mean, it's just obvious. We've been over it a million times on here. It's the threat to democracy thing is the most obvious, transparent projection, the mirroring that you could imagine. And when you look at everything they're doing to Trump, when you look at the backdoors into the tech companies, when you see what was revealed in the Twitter files, right? The threat to democracy. It's actually astonishing that there are people that can't see through it, that actually believe that. It's incredible. Rogue Thought says, before Tucker, I said they'll do anything. Well, the thing is that they've got the media on their side, so they could do a full-on propaganda offensive, right? And just anybody who state it could be completely obvious, and anybody who said what was completely obvious will be banned off everything except Twitter, I guess. They'll probably just jail Elon Musk at that point as well, right, to get him out of the way. I mean, if you control the media so completely, what's to stop you from thinking you can get away with anything? What's to stop you from thinking that? All right, what's going on here? After saying it's wrong for government to run a balanced budget, Justin Trudeau gives Canadians an ultimatum, saying they have a choice between smaller government with less support and his expensive, intrusive one. Has Trudeau completely lost the plot? What's his strategy here? His strategy is counting on people being fucking stupid. That's the strategy. I mean, enough people were stupid enough to vote for him the last 3 times, but that bar of stupidity to vote for him, it keeps going down, right? So it's harder and harder to fool people. And keep in mind as well, right, to give Canada some credit, he won a minority government with only 32% of the vote in the last election, which was the lowest amount that anybody had ever won an election in Canadian history. And the election before that previously had been the lowest amount of support for somebody to become prime minister before. So it's the parliamentary system. It's one of those things within it that that can end up with unfortunate results like this. Anyway, let's see what this liar is saying.
Yes, there are politicians who sit back and say, no. We've got to balance the budget at all costs, even if it means not investing in Canadian workers and investing in the future. Well, I think they're wrong. And that's part of the choice Canadians get to make over the coming year and a half when we get to a federal election. Are we a confident country that invests in ourselves, in our workers, in our future? Or do we sit back and say, okay, we'll let Canadians sort themselves out?
The same bullshit we've been hearing for 9 years. Same bullshit we've been hearing over and over and over again from Justin Trudeau. Guess what? Everything is worse now. Everything is worse now. Now we spend more servicing the interest on the national debt than we do on healthcare because of you, because of your investing. Guess what he was investing in? He was investing in bureaucracy. He grew the public sector by 40%. Since he got it, 40%. That's all just buying votes. Okay? That's his plan. That's him helping Canadians. None of what he's done, none of his investments in Canada and Canada's future have been investments in Canada or Canada's future. They've been investments in bureaucracy. They've been investments in paying off friendly companies. I mean, ArriveCan app. That's a prime example right there. Budget $80,000. Comes through at 56 million? It was, I think, between 53 and 56 million, somewhere in that area. It was budgeted $80,000. Actual cost, over $50 million. And it was a useless app that everybody hated, and it's gone anyway now, right? That's a perfect microcosm of Trudeau and his planning and his economy and his strategy, right? And how much he's helping Canadians by investing in Canada. That's a perfect little example of it right there. Now just apply that to everything. Everything. They spent tens of millions of dollars on a gun buyback program. Last I heard, it had bought back exactly 0 guns. Because it wasn't a popular program that nobody wanted, and nobody wanted it. But still throw tens of millions of dollars after it. That's everything. That's everything with him. So when Canadians hear, when enough Canadians now hear that, they think it's all bullshit. And he's just he's borrowing money to throw it away, to give it to other countries, and to create bureaucracies that will make everything shittier and not actually improve anything. So it's a better part of a decade of the same pandering bullshit. And Canada is much, much worse off. It's just the same shit. Investing in Canadians. No, it's investing in bureaucracy. That's it. Newsflash, Trudeau. Bankrupting the country is bad. That's bad. It's bad for people. You know, retaxing to the max money that's already been taxed, that's not going to be any better. That's not going to help either. That's going to hurt the economy. That's going to prevent investment, the kind of thing we need to actually get it turned around. I mean, again, I'll just repeat, we're spending more money servicing the interest of the national debt than we are in healthcare, and he's still running deficits. He's still having to borrow money for all of his plans. And he's still throwing money. What he sent millions of dollars over to Ukraine for what was it? Non-binary demining. Non-binary demining. Or maybe it was gender fluid demining. I don't know. You know, like there's a lot of mines that are laid in a war and they're very dangerous and you have to try and get rid of them. So you have to eventually try and get rid of them, right? So I think the last thing that people are worried about is whether it's a trans person or non-binary, or I think they just want people that can remove the mines. How much money are you wasting by having this condition that it has to be like gender non-conforming D-minor? Do they even exist? This is the idiocy. This is what all of his promises come out to. You guys probably don't believe me. Let me look it up. Trudeau, non-binary demining, Ukraine. No joke. Ottawa, hold on. No joke. Ottawa to give Ukraine $4 million to fund gender-inclusive demining. Gender-inclusive demining. Now, a normal person, if this were brought to them and proposed to them, would say, shut up, commie. That's fucking crazy. A normal person would say that. Trudeau would go, oh, well, this is in line with Canada's beliefs, and Canada, this is what Canadians want. This is in line with Canadians' values. Gender inclusive demining. What kind of it? I mean, just the. Did he have no idea who would be mocked for this? That people would see this and go, that's retarded. You're a retard. Justin Trudeau, you are a fucking retard. Why don't you go and get a vaginoplasty already? Because we all know that's what you want to do. Gender inclusive demining. This is what Trudeau thinks. $4 million. That's borrowed money, by the way. He borrowed that money, okay, which Canada will have to pay interest on, okay, to give to Ukraine for gender inclusive demining. What did the Ukrainians think about this? Exactly. I mean, somebody probably just grabbed it and bought a mansion anyway, right? Some place in Florida, probably.
We've got to balance the budget at all costs, even if it means not investing in Canadian workers and investing in the future. Well, I think they're wrong. And that's...
Oh, a bullshit artist.
Yes, he is a bullshit artist. An absolute bullshit artist. Anna, what do you think, Trump?
Everything woke turns to shit.
I know, we've been telling Trudeau that. We've been telling him, but he just won't listen because he's a retard. Sorry, he's got Down syndrome. I don't want to offend you guys. Let's see. Rumbum says, Christ, I just face planted hearing that. It's just money laundering. I think that's been a bit of a problem, hasn't it? The old money laundering thing. Not that Justin Trudeau cares. When Justin Trudeau leaves office, he will be wealthy, and he will be a jet setter, and he will be a man of an international man of dysentery, I like to think. He doesn't see himself as a Canadian, I don't believe. When he says that Canada is a post-national country, he's just mirroring there. He's projecting, right? He's post-national. He sees himself as a man of the world, a citizen of the world, not a Canadian. He will leave office, and he will leave with this generational problem, this massive generational debt. And he'll just go off and he'll go stay on islands and, with sultans and things, with the Sultan of Brunei. And his life will go on. It'll be quite happy. And he'll go and do, meet his peers at Davos at WEF, and go and, I guess Klaus might want to penetrate something. Because he's already penetrated the cabinet, Trudeau's cabinet. He said that. We have him saying that, right? So I don't know how much penetration's going on there. All I know is that I hate this awful liar, Justin Trudeau, and I can't wait to vote him out of office. Let's see. Okay, let's move on. Anyway, that's enough of that. Actually, you know what? I'm sure that Canadians have some spleen they'd like to vent on Trudeau. Let's see. We would like a less expensive, less divisive, and less of an idiot government than the Liberals. It's true. We want you to resign. Liberals, best I can do is a heat pump. Oh, God. Yeah. Apparently those heat pumps don't work very well in minus 30, it turns out. Somebody might have wanted to have thought about that. But, hey, it's the Trudeau government. They don't think. Is he serious? I can't anymore with this guy and his finance minister's sidekick. And his green minister either. Hell, all of them. Let's see. There's Blackface Trudeau riding on a tampon. There's Chrystia Freeland sticking her finger up her ass as normal. There's Guilbeault with the plastic straws that he's obsessed with. And what is Singh got there? I don't know. All right, let's move on. Oh, we're over 4 hours. Okay. Let's see how much we got left, actually. Yeah, we still got plenty. All right. Let's see. So that's about the budget. So poll shows budget a bust. So the new budget came out from the Trudeau Liberals. It's a bust. They're spending a bunch of money and all that rhetoric you just heard and trying to buy votes. Was expected to. He was expecting that to. They were saying themselves a 5% bump in the polls. Not happening. Hey, we got Invid in the chat. How you doing, man? Haven't seen you in a few weeks. Welcome in. But let's continue here. So what do we got? So look at this shit. Look at these dingbats. Good Lord. This is the climate choir. Here they are protesting the perceived lack of action on climate change. The West has a significant mental health crisis. So what do we call this exactly? Let's take a look. So that's obviously nothing like a cult, right? Obviously nothing like a cult. That's just a bunch of grown people in weird robes, weird red robes, running around and all singing together. Nothing like a cult. Cults don't act like that. These are just totally normal people just doing what I just did this myself last week. I can't even remember what for. So we've talked before. We have talked before on this channel where we've proposed an idea, which I think would solve a lot of our problems. So imagine, if you will, okay, there's a giant cannon, right? Like size of like the Empire State Building. A giant cannon, okay, and it's pointed at the sun. And you could load things into it, this giant cannon, and you could literally just shoot things into the sun. I just think of how many problems we could solve with that. With this, I guess we'd call it the sun cannon, I guess. And you could put things, like big things, you know? Like things as big as, like, I don't know, like a person or like a whole cult worth of people. So you could take something like that, and then you could shoot it into the sun. Something that was that size. About the size of like a cult. And then just shoot it right into the sun. And with the cult, I mean, they probably have some sort of prophecy about, you know, the sun anyway, so they'll probably be happy with it themselves. Let's see. Rumbum says, straight up cults and paid actors using that clean money. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of actually paid actors, it appears, right? A lot of these protests that we're seeing, like people all have professional signs. I just did a video last night on from these where I showed some video from one of the protests, Columbia or something, and showed like an Antifa encampment, and they all had the same tent. Somebody had gone out and bought a bunch of the same tent all at the same time. Like somebody's paying for that. Somebody's giving them money to be there. Rumbum says, Futurama had a joke about the cannon firing people into the sun if they didn't do their job. I did used to watch Futurama, so I might have gotten it from there, but I'm taking it. Rogue Thought says, a live-action interpretation of a fallopian tube? What? I do feel it's very undignified. Very undignified indeed. So this is, I believe this is the Climate Choir. I think they are part of that Extinction Rebellion. And if you were to have a cult, a climate cult, you might want to call it Extinction Rebellion because it sounds awfully culty. So you're going to attract a lot of, you know, cult positive people to it, I guess. What is the world saying about this? What is X saying about this? What do we got here? Greenpeace co-founder Dr. Patrick Moore, quote, there is no definitive scientific proof that carbon dioxide is responsible for any of the slight warming of the global climate that has occurred during the last 300 years. Yeah, I hear things like this. What it comes down to is like even the UN itself, which is a major, you know, climate alarmist, climate panic source, they aren't saying like the world is going to end, you know, like they're talking about like 3-4% GDP to deal with the effects of climate change in like the year 2000, in like the year 2500. Like they're not predicting the end of the world, right? I think the problem, if we've learned anything, a lot of people have learned over the last few years, last 4 years, say, that the word expert doesn't mean what it used to mean, and you just can't trust what you hear in the mainstream media anymore. You can't, when they pull out an expert to tell you something, that person's been screened. They know what that person's going to say, and if the person isn't going to further the narrative that they're already pushing, that they're already reading off their teleprompters, right, they don't get on. We know that. We know that every institution has been compromised in some way. Like, there is no funding unless whatever research you do says that there's a catastrophe coming. Doesn't promote the climate narrative in some way. You can't get funding. In fact, you can't even work, right? So it wouldn't be surprising that everybody just happens to come up with this stuff that goes along with the narrative. I mean, it just doesn't happen in science or in anything where there is no dissent. Like, that just doesn't happen. If there is none, at least in mainstream media, I know there is dissent, but they don't get onto the CNNs and the MSNBCs. The New York Times journalists don't talk to them. CBC doesn't talk to them. If everybody that's in the mainstream concurs exactly on everything, there's something wrong there. You know there is. Something, your opinion is being engineered at that point, clearly. Rogue Thought says, people thrive in warmer climates. Canada will have a greater area growing crops. Never hear the benefits of a warmer world or more CO2. Well, you don't. And look, if there is indeed continued climate change in that direction, either direction, doesn't matter. I mean, the climate doesn't actually stay stable anyway. We know that, right? There's vast extremes, right? In weather over, I mean, we're in an interglacial period right now. That tells you all you need to know, right? But regardless, okay, so Canada, for instance, is not going to change the global climate. It can't. It's impossible. It could be erased off the map tomorrow, and it won't make any damn difference. And China will just get its oil and its coal somewhere else. Okay, they're still going to continue to build, they're still going to continue to build coal plants in China. India is now bragging about how much coal production they have. That's not going away, right? So if you are worried, the sensible thing to do would be to develop technologies to deal with whatever changes there are. If there are differences in sea level, for instance, I mean, maybe plan for that. Think about levees, maybe send people over to consult with the Netherlands, right? They're pretty good at that. Invin says, go with the narrative or lose your job. That's exactly correct. Longest interglacial period on record. Absolutely correct. Invin says, currently, yes. Longest interglacial period on record. Yes, so, but my point, and that's all very good. And my point is that if there is going to be change, it's inevitable anyway. So plan for that, for mitigating anything, and also for taking advantage of the positive effects, as Rogue Thought just said in the chat, right? That's sensible. Banning plastic straws doesn't do jack shit, right? Nothing that Canada does jack shit to the global climate, right? Like you could increase the carbon tax 5 more times, and it's not going to have any difference on the climate. Anything. It's not going to do anything. It's not going to prevent a forest fire. You know what prevents forest fires is a responsible forestry policy, which we haven't had for decades. You can see you can actually see the records of how many controlled burns there were in Canada over the last, I don't know, 60 years or something. It's in, I believe in StatsCan. You can look at it. I did a video on it, by the way. You can check out. I think it's not on YouTube, but it's on Rumble. Subscribe to the channel, by the way, if you haven't already. And you can watch all of my nutritious videos. Very good for you. But you can actually, they've actually recorded how many controlled burns they've done. And once going into the 80s, it went from, dozens a year per province to 0 or like 1 or 2. And what was happening was that people were complaining about the smoke. So especially around towns, right? So now I'm going with this, right? If you're not doing controlled burns, especially around, cities or towns that are in the Okanagan, say, in interior of British Columbia, if you're not doing controlled burns there, well, you know what's going to happen, right? But they stopped doing them because people complained about the smoke. And they stopped doing them in any kind of meaningful sense for like a couple of decades, more than that, about 35 years or something. It's been a while since I looked at the stats, but anyway, what I'm telling you is generally correct. They did lots of controlled burns because they knew they needed to. People complained about the smoke. They stopped doing them. All of a sudden, you've got fires around populated centers. That's what happens. Anyway, let's move on. These people are crazy. These are nut bars. You know what we should do here? Hold on. Because we can use these sound effects buttons on anything that we want. We don't just have to use it on the large ladies. It never disappoints. Never disappoints. All right, how about a bit of VDH, Victor Davis Hansen. So this guy's very wise. I used to do a bunch of videos going through his articles and kind of taking the time to elaborate on some of the points and pull up things to back up some of the points that he was making in his articles. And I haven't done one in a long time, actually. I should probably do some more. They were quite good.
Bloomberg said all of our, we said earlier, big tech, media, investment, insurance, law are all Democratic controlled, and they have global markets now. They adapted best and could adapt best to globalization. And they don't feel anymore that democracy gives them the desired result. They feel that, well, we have an equality of result, quality of opportunity society. And that's what we fought for. Our parents did. We have the 8-hour workday, the 40-hour work week, disability, equality of opportunity ensured, civil rights. But we didn't get what we wanted. What we wanted was a quality of result, mandated. And that's by nature anti-democratic. Because if somebody opposes you on the road to utopia, you get rid of them. So now what Michael Bloomberg says, I don't want to cooperate with the Democrats. I want to spend $50 million in Ohio to show everybody that I flipped Ohio, wasted. I want to spend $100 million in Florida to warp that election and show my power. I'm Mark Zuckerberg. I want to tell everybody that I deplatform the president. They don't believe in democracy because they feel that now the businesses and that they operate in are so influential in opinion making or in providing informational services. When I was growing up, to be on the Fortune 400, you had to be worth about 100 million in today's dollars, and now it's 6 or 7 billion probably. They have so much money that they feel that they're sort of like platonic guardian, and they can tell everybody the way the world is going to work at Davos, and this is the way it's going to work, and it's not going to apply to us because we have to be healthy and have jets and estates and compounds and multiple, but it's going to be, we know best for you. and they have nothing but disdain and hatred for the middle class. As one of them once told me when I was arguing with him, you are the guys that have snowmobiles and jet skis, and tell me why you need a snowmobile or a jet ski. That's what he said. They have nothing. They think that the middle class lacks the culture and the sophistication and the taste of the wealthy, but it also lacks the romance of the distant poor. So they hate it. They just hate the middle class. They're very dangerous people because they're also not nationalists. So if I meet somebody of this class who's Australian or American or British, they don't believe they're British or Australian or American. They believe that they belong to an international elite. If somebody I meet from Australia is in this group in Sydney, then he feels that he knows New York better than he does a rural town in Australia. If I meet one at Palo Alto, he's never been to Fresno, but he can tell me every street in Shanghai. And that's how their mind works. They're international globalists, which is fine, but they have no empathy for their own countrymen. They have no empathy for their own national traditions. They have no empathy for their middle classes.
Yeah, he's pretty damn smart. And I think right on the money. And it's, echoing a lot of the things that we've been saying on this, or maybe I'm echoing the things he said that I've heard him say. I think that's more likely. But what it looks like to me, and that all kind of goes along with the idea that we are being engineered. The Western world is being engineered into something. And I think what it is that they've taken a look. And Klaus Schwab has spoken glowingly of China's system. But I think they've taken a look at China and the fascistic system there with this. I think they would want more of a collaboration between business, especially, the technocracy, and the government than you have in China. In China, really, the government has an office in every big company there, and they do answer to the government, right? So, and this is very fascistic. I think they want something similar to that in Western countries, but I think that the tech, overlords and the industrial overlords, I think mainly the tech, though, they want more of a collaboration with the government, but they would like to have total control between them and a surveillance state and central planning and, some bureaucrat in an office somewhere making plans for millions of people. And that's just the way that it's going to be. It seems like kind of obvious that that's where it's going, isn't it? I don't know. You guys tell me what you think about it. A dictatorship of, a government merged with, tech companies running a total surveillance state over a bunch of basically serfs. Rogue Thought says, what system will work best that we can hover above, and will control any opposition or challenge the power? Yeah, I think that's where we're going. It's something I think that they look longingly. I know Trudeau has said openly that he admires China's basic dictatorship. They look at that kind of longingly. They look at that kind of control that they have. The Chinese people don't get in the way. They don't get in the way of the plans. And I think that's what we're being moved, what the attempt is to move us towards, is that. And I don't think it could be any more obvious, frankly. But it's something like that, right? Something like that. But anyway, I need to take, what are we, 4.5 hours in? I need to take another minute break, you guys. So just give me 1 minute and I'll be right back. Okay, you degenerate scum, I'm back. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for being so patient. This is a good time, I guess, to remember to ask anybody who is not subscribed to subscribe to the channel. If you don't feel like you've been sufficiently radicalized lately, ask your doctor about Radio Baloney. It can help. All right. What are we doing now? I think we're going to move on. All right. Always good to hear from Victor Davis Hanson. Oh, look at this. This is hilarious. In response to PM Justin Trudeau and his government being called corrupt repeatedly over their many, many scandals and ethics violations, Liberal MP Mark Gerritsen, who else, asked the Speaker of the House to ban the word corrupt. You just can't make this up. All right. Let's get this article here. Okay, what's going on here? Liberal MP Mark Gerritsen has proposed banning calling Justin Trudeau corrupt to improve decorum in the House of Commons. But what if he's actually corrupt, though? That's the thing, right? Seems like he might actually be corrupt, considering that there's 15 new scandals every single week. Free speech isn't doing too well in Canada. On Friday, in response to PM Justin Trudeau and his government being called corrupt repeatedly over their many, many scandals and ethics violations, rather than reflecting on the state of their party and the activities they engage in, Liberal MP and Deputy House Leader Mark Gerritsen instead asked the Speaker of the House to consider a ban on the word. And is there anything more Liberal Party than that? Good Lord. Just ban the word. It's true, but ban it, though, because of decorum. Decorum. How about just stop having millions of scandals and being corrupt? That's another solution. Quote, my point is that today, during question period, the member for Regina Wascana referred to the Prime Minister as corrupt and to the government as corrupt. Although he did it today, it is being done a number of times in the House. I would say that terminology specifically goes against Standing Order 18. At that point, Gerritsen was interrupted with Conservatives yelling, debate, an offer which Gerritsen rejected, of course. If you don't like reality, just change reality. If you don't like words, just ban them. Yep, that's the Trudeau way. I don't know if we're going to get to this one. I'm going to read a book, actually. I've got a book which I've got to get to about Pierre Elliott Trudeau, about his political life. Because I want to see just how much... I wanted to make a video doing a real comparison between him and his son. And, you know, the more I look into it, the more they're just the same fucking guy. There really isn't much difference. But them, you know, both of them and Fidel Castro are kind of both the same guy too. So anyway, I think you know what I mean by that. But anyway, we'll pass this one. We're going to do some more kind of shorter stuff here as we're getting on in the evening. With nothing more than intuition and a magic 8-ball for guidance, actor Michael Rappaport has some predictions for this coming election. Hint, there will be crying, and he's not going to be the one doing it for once. Okay, so he has had a very big change of heart on the politics front. Michael Rappaport, is famously just being actually just gross about Trump, calling him pig dick Donald Trump. He totally Trump deranged, one of the most Trump deranged people on the planet. But all of a sudden, it turns out that the lefties are not actually his friend, he's discovered, as he found out with all of these, with the Palestinian protests everywhere and what's happening on universities. And, you know, there's a chant that he considers to be genocidal, which I think is reasonable to think.
You know, it's going to be...
But he's found out that the people that he thought were his group are not actually his group. And they actually, a lot of them actually hate him. So let's see what he has to say after his awakening. And by the way, he's still horrible. He's still an awful person, but it's just amusing to see a leftist kind of wake up to reality. Let's take a look.
You know, it's going to be great when Donald Trump gets elected, and I ain't saying I'm voting for him, but when he does win, and he's going to win, the screaming and yelling that you ass, blowjob, miserable on college campuses are doing now, the screaming that you're doing at Jews about free Palestine, the screaming that you're doing at Zionists is going to be nothing compared to the screaming you're going to be doing come November when Donald Trump wins presidency because of you. Because of you. And historically, Google me. You know how I feel about Donald Trump. But it'll be worth the screaming, the crying, and the yelling. I can't wait to see those protests come November when Donald Trump wins because of you little blowjobs.
Yeah.
You know it's going to be...
So he's a charmer, right? But what's happened is he's woken up, and I can tell you just in Canada, right? Like protesting at a Jewish hospital, like harassing like Jewish business, like a bakery, going to Jewish neighborhoods to protest. Like last time I checked, Canada wasn't in Israel. Completely different country, really far away, right? I mean, I don't have a Middle East peace plan. I can tell you that much, okay? But what I do know is that Canada isn't in the Middle East. I do know that. That's probably more than like most college graduates know these days, right? But I do know that Canada's not in the Middle East, and it's none of our fucking business, right? So I don't know what, like, is a Jewish bakery a Zionist bakery? Why? It seems like things are getting, is a Jewish hospital a Zionist hospital exactly? Like there seems to be a little bit more at play here. And I think he's waking up to that. Well, he's obviously woken up to that, right? He's still, you know, I mean, it's hard to come back when you've been ranting and raving for years about evil pig dick Donald Trump. So, you know, it's hard to come back from that level of Trump derangement syndrome. But, I mean, he's obviously realizing his friends weren't really his friends after all. And I always say, like, look, the woke have no friends. The far leftists have no friends. They just have people waiting to denounce them. That's who their friends are. They just have friends waiting to condemn them. People that are waiting to condemn them. People that are waiting for them to make a mistake, or people that are waiting to denounce them as an enemy, as an identity enemy. You know, an enemy of the revolution. It turns out you're an oppressor. You have been all along. Because don't you know, everybody's either oppressed or an oppressor, right? You got to be one of the two. So you don't have friends. You just have people waiting for you, waiting to attack you, waiting for you to have your turn. And they will gleefully do so at that point. So it's a hilarious thing to see. It's actually, I find it hilarious to see. Because, let's face it, like his TDS, most people's TDS is just fashion. It's just virtue signaling, right? Their opposition to anything that might just feel the slightest bit, not even conservative, just not progressive. It's fashion. It's fashion. And they get so caught up in it that it's hard to unentangle themselves from it. Even when they realize, again, none of these people were their friends all along, ever. Let's see what X had to say about this, formerly Twitter. Kind of seems like he found an exit ramp and is using it. When TDS goes full circle, this guy needs to get a MAGA hat. Maybe we'll see him with a MAGA hat on. Agree 100%. I predict there will be wailing and gnashing of teeth. All right. Let's move on. Oh dear. Now you people in the chat, I can't control these people. I can't control them. And I wouldn't even try, for one thing. They're too vicious and mean. I mean, look at this from Rogue Thought here. Who would ever say such a thing? Instead of deleting Hitler as a baby, I'd kick Trudeau's dad in the nuts before his wife was impregnated with the abomination that she spawned. Good Lord. I don't approve of that. But you know, I believe in free speech. And again, I told you, I can't control these people, these lunatics, you know. And any part I've played in radicalizing these people, I swear that off. Absolutely. I deny that. And, you know, you can't go back in time and kick anybody in the nuts anyway. So I guess it just doesn't matter. Or baby Hitler. I think that all they had to do with Hitler was just let him into that fucking art school. Whole world would have been different. History would have been completely different. Just let him in. It wasn't that bad. His watercolors weren't that bad. Just let him in. Everything would have gone much smoother for everybody if they just let him go to that goddamn art school. I mean, normally, art school is a terrible thing for somebody to do. But in this case, it would have been a much better use of his time. I'm just saying that. Could have saved everybody just a whole world of problems, a whole World War II of problems. All right, let's move on. Let's see. This is an actual bill being proposed by the NDP in Canada. There is no limit to their desired tyranny. They will not be happy until they control your very thoughts. So what do they want to do here? Let's take a look. It's from Viva Fry. So this is a law they want to push. They want to prohibit, it is prohibited for a person to promote a fossil fuel or production of a fossil fuel. So you can't promote a fossil fuel or the production of a fossil fuel. They want to make that illegal. They really think that this is going to change the global climate. I mean, these people are just literal retards. They are complete and utter retards.
Everything woke turns to shit.
It sure does. In a manner that states or suggests that a fossil fuel or the practices of a producer or of the fossil fuel industry would lead to positive outcomes in relation to the environment, the health of Canadians, reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, or the Canadian or global economy. It's like they have a committee that just says, how can we make this sound the most insane? It's not insane enough yet. More insane. Let's make it more insane. Okay. Every person who contravenes Section 8 is guilty of every person who contravenes Section 8 is guilty of an offense and liable on summary conviction to a fine not exceeding $500,000 or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 2 years. $500,000 and 2 years in jail for what? I guess saying, yeah, I'm okay with coal. I'm all right with it. No? Hey, it works in the winter. Guess what? Coal works in the winter. Gas works in the winter. Because Canada, most of it is just a total frozen wasteland for like 6 months of the year. These people are just totally insane. Completely fucking insane. A bill actually being proposed by the NDP in Canada. Is this too crazy for even, like, for Trudeau? I don't think there's anything too crazy for Trudeau. He might support this. So ridiculous because Canada's oil and gas sector is one of the cleanest in the world and provides for many hardworking families across the nation. It's such a joke that they ship in oil tankers across the ocean and import it from industries with no standards for emissions. But you see, that makes sense. So you can't have that in Canadian politics right now. Nothing that makes sense. We're going to have to wait for a little while for that. Cult. Did somebody say cult? Did I hear somebody say cult there? Pretty sure I heard somebody say cult. Look at this. This is going to lighten the mood a little bit. A stunning, brave, and diverse trans display of public disorder. Let's watch this. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I just witnessed. Rogue Thought says, the views are mine and mine alone and do not reflect on Radio Baloney's channel. Thank you for covering me there, sir. Thank you. So I don't know. Do you want to watch this again? I mean, you got anything better to do? I don't. We might as well just watch this. Why would two totally sane, stunning, and brave people, really the best of us, why would they be so angry at each other? They should be congratulating each other on being so stunning and brave and beautiful. I mean, this is baffling to me, especially considering that they are so totally sane, right? I mean, that's the thing that really gets me. I can't understand it. People that are just so clearly sane and in their right mind. And again, the really the best of society. I don't know how, frankly, civilization has endured without trans people everywhere. You know, I mean, how have we survived as a civilization without trans people running every important institution in Western civilization? I don't know. It baffles me. And I can't imagine what would drive them to this kind of anger. Do you know what? Somebody must have done a phobia, and it just drove them over the edge. Rogue Thought says, Transercise, most calories burned this year. Transercise. Will this be the live stream that gets me kicked off of YouTube? I don't know. It's bound to happen eventually. Transercise. Oh, that's a good one. That's a very good one. Anyway, maybe we should see what the internet has to say about this. Let's see. Handbags at dawn. Nice to see some traditions remain. Let's see. Funny how they initially use their handbags to fight, but then they just start fighting like men. Nature will not be denied. Let's see. All right. Let's move on. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I certainly did. Should we do this one again? One more time? I just so love pressing the sound effect button. Oh, you know what? I got to back that up just a little bit. God damn it. There we go. Okay. Here we go. Okay, there's another one coming up. Okay, I think there's another good part coming up here. 1 second. Oh, yeah. And there we go. That was beautiful. That was perfect. Now, does he lift her leg up here? Because that's a really good time. It never gets old. Never. I could just keep doing that forever. That could be my whole channel, and I would never get sick of it, and I would never stop laughing. Okay. Let's see. We might be getting too late for this political stuff. And let's see what Democrats promise their cities will look like. So it looks nice. What they actually look like every single time. Every single time things go far enough left, right? Which now just means far enough crazy, because it's not even left and right anymore. Like, what we're calling the left is just this group that just headed off into the distance, into the left, the far left, right? And you can barely even, you can't even understand what they're saying anymore. They're so far, nothing makes any sense. But if you want this is what you get promised. This is what you get every time. And the further to the crazy you go, the more like this it becomes and the worse it becomes. This is just a thing. Like, how come everybody can't figure this out? How come everybody hasn't figured this out yet? All right. We've already done that one. We don't need, well, maybe just one more time. Maybe just one more time. It would be better if she bent over. Let's see. Let's Aunt Justina. Waffling syrup. Because of that whole blackface thing he loves to do so much. It's very good. We already saw that one. Okay, how about this one? Joe Rogan with Tucker Carlson. Let's take a look at this one. Maybe I'll shrink that a little bit. Okay, let's see what they have to say here. Yeah, it feels like he's talking about Canada there as well. You know, because when you have a government that it's not just that they do things you don't want them to do, but they don't do any of the things that you do want them to do as well. There's not even like a trade-off there, right? Like with Trudeau, he sent off like a generation worth of debt overseas. It all borrowed. Just said, for what? For photo ops? That's as much as I can tell. Photo ops. You know, why did he send the $4 million for gender neutral demining in the Ukraine? Was that for Canadians? Was that an investment in Canada? You know, the mass immigration, that's not popular in Canada, right? That's not popular, but he does it anyway. He says his job is to convince Canadians that the thing that they don't want, they actually do want, and it's good for them. So when you have governments that not only do things that you don't want, but that's all that they do. There's just nothing that you actually do want. It's quite disheartening, you know, and you can understand what Tucker Carlson gets so angry listening to somebody like a state propagandist like Joe Scarborough, or why we get so angry listening to somebody on the CBC or reading an article from the Toronto Star, or hearing about, how Trudeau needs to censor everybody to preserve their free speech. You know, it's just literally nothing, nothing that anybody wants. I guess except for idiots. Well, Val says it's almost if why bother voting? Yeah, but I think that it's not impossible to have representatives that will actually represent us. I don't think that's impossible. I think that what we have now is an anomaly. I think Justin Trudeau is an anomaly, right? Even go back to the Liberals, like Paul Martin wasn't fucking crazy, right? He wasn't crazy. He was mindful of debt, for instance, and the economy, and he was a liberal. So what we have with Trudeau is an anomaly, and I think what you have in the States with Biden is also an anomaly. I mean, these are people that are so far off. Biden sued Texas to prevent them from having border barriers to prevent people illegally crossing their border. That is so far from any other president. And I'm not saying that any Canadian leader or U.S. president has been fantastic. What I'm saying is, Trump, there's stuff to complain about Trump too. I personally like Trump, but you know what? There's stuff to complain about, right? But what we're seeing now is so far off from what we've seen in the past in terms of just openly defying the public, openly hurting the public, openly pursuing policies that are clearly going to hurt the population. We haven't seen anything like this before. Again, when you got a president suing a state to prevent them from stopping people from crossing over the border illegally, that's fucking crazy. That is not normal. That's nuts. With an election coming up, that's bizarre. You know, and we see the same thing in Canada, just bizarre shit. You know, the last 9 months, 1 million more people Trudeau brought into the country. I mean, he's known for longer than that this whole flooding the country with people is, you know, it's not that popular. People aren't liking it so much anymore. People aren't enjoying the house prices and the rent prices and the 20-hour waits in the emergency rooms. Keeps doing it. These people are anomalies. You know, so I'm not willing to throw out, you know, these institutions quite yet. Because, you know, the thing is, without them, you don't want what comes after. Nobody does. I wonder what the internet has to say about this. Let's see. Well, there's not that much there. All right, let's just keep going. We're already 5 hours in. So, and how much do we have left? Let's see how much we got left here. Well, it's not that much. I think we should keep going. I don't know, you guys getting tired yet? Should we just keep going on for fucking ever? Let's see, what's going on here? Oh, here we go. Sad where Canada is. Bombshell testimony from British Columbia police on Trudeau and the NDP's disastrous taxpayer-funded hard drug policies. This is the safe supply, which is part of the harm management or harm reduction policy, sorry. And of course, it's resulted in untold suffering and misery and overdoses and families destroyed because it turns out it's a bad idea to give drug addicts drugs. This is a tweet from Pierre Poilievre. Yeah, so it's not just, you know, so-called safe supply, which is just getting in the hands of drug dealers anyway, but it's a decriminalization. When you make it easier to do something, more people are going to do it. Right? You kind of figure it out. Like when you make it easier to avoid going to prison for committing crimes, people are going to commit more crimes. When you make it easier for people to be homeless, you're going to find more people being homeless. All right? Just the way that it goes. This is just a cold, hard reality of life. It's just the way it is. You know, we can talk about empathy, but it's not going to save actually one life. It turns out it doesn't. It ends up causing more lives. In British Columbia, when they started harm reduction, it was like, I think it was under 300 overdoses a year. Now it's over 3,000. Right? That's, you know, a couple of decades of harm reduction for you, right? Including things like decriminalization and so-called safe supply drugs, as well as just, you know, normalizing it. Apparently you're not supposed to shame anybody. Nobody should feel shamed about being, I don't know, for instance, a crack addict. Because what's shameful about that? It's almost like they don't want people to stop using drugs. It's almost like they want people to keep using them. It's almost like they want people to overdose. Because if you wanted that, you'd do all the things that they do. You know, if you actually cared about somebody, you would do the opposite. You wouldn't be worried about shaming them, for instance. You know, as if it's just another way of living. This is just another way of living. You know, spending all day stealing to get money to buy crack that you can smoke on the street. It's just another way of living. I mean, this is bizarre moral relativism that we're getting with our cultural revolution, right? I mean, it all sounds very nice. I mean, again, the name harm reduction, that can't be wrong. You know, it's got to make all those hipsters feel good when they're stepping over the bodies on the street while they're sipping their lattes and looking at their phones. Yeah. Here's my controversial take on this. And, you know, my politics have changed a lot over the years. I used to be a liberal, whatever that is now, right? Now I would not call myself a liberal. I would call myself a conservative because, I mean, hey, if you are an old school liberal right now, they think you're either a conservative or far right anyway, right? So it doesn't fucking matter. You might as well call yourself a conservative. It's just less confusing that way. But I used to be one thing that has changed in the last year is I've gotten less libertarian around drugs because I've seen the effects of what it's done, of what these policies have done. And it's evil and it's wrong and it's just hurting people. And my opinion now is I think that we need to go back to the war on drugs and reassess. Like, do the thing that caused 10 times less deaths. Just do that. To say, we're not going to do the thing that causes way more people to die and destroys way more families and causes way more crime, all the attendant crime, because, hey, you got to get money for the drugs, right? Let's do the thing that had 10 times less. Let's go back to that and then just reassess everything from there. Because we already know the thing that doesn't work. So there's no point doing more of that, although that's what they would have us do. Right? The advocates and the leftists and the progressives, when they see their policies failing, they think it's obviously because they just didn't do enough of it. A sane, rational person will say, no, this just doesn't work. So I say, let's go. I mean, it's really the least we could do, isn't it? It's like it's just the most basic, sensible thing we could do is just say, let's just reverse these policies 20 years right now, including incarceration, and bring down the level of tragedy. Right? And then we'll reassess from there. Maybe there's a different angle we can take from there. But first, let's just stop this horrible bleeding. So I've changed on that. I've become much less libertarian on that issue. And I really can't see where else you go. I mean, I don't know. Anyway. From Jebra Fauci. Now, of course, we go here all the time, Jebra Fauci. It's a parody account. It's unfortunate that so many people can't grasp the brilliance of this art. It speaks to the unraveling of society and how we are burdened by whiteness. Oh, dear. So this is modern art, apparently.
Is quickly transformed into an engaging and hypnotic mix of performance art and sculpture. So what do you think? Is this good art or literally just a loo roll unraveling? This artist let gravity unravel a roll of toilet paper and called it a day. Untitled is a 2021 artwork by Lorenz Pash, made using nothing more than a roll of toilet paper, wood, screws and the laws of physics, but the result is kind of mesmerizing. The work makes itself, using chance, gravity and its own kinetic energy, and at first glance feels like...
I don't know, is this real? It doesn't look like it's in a gallery, right? Although, I mean, in terms of modern art, that's actually fairly sophisticated. Usually they just throw a bunch of garbage on the floor or tape a banana to the wall. So I don't know. This might be parody. This might be a joke. I'm not sure. Is anybody saying anything underneath so we can solve this mystery? A beautiful illustration reminiscent of the day after, during my younger years, indulging in an evening of tequila shots and chocolate martinis, followed up, of course, with the obligatory chili cheese fries on the way home. Yeah. Definitely going to need some toilet paper after that. Okay, I don't... I'm not convinced it's not just it's not just a parody or something. I don't know. I mean, I guess it could be more. You can't really tell these days. That's the problem. It's hard to know what's real and what's not because everything is so retarded. What's going on here? Michael Malice, she texted me this video and it was so funny that it turned me immobile. All right, Roseanne Barr, let's see this. Hold on. So what's she saying?
What happened, Mom? We're at Bergdorf. Are you okay? You look very sick.
No, I'm not okay because I just had a horrible flashback, a horrible memory. Right now, I realize that 26 years ago, Joe Biden raped me right here in that dressing room in the shoe department where I went in to change my shoes.
Oh my God.
He raped me in here. Joe Biden. He raped me right here in the shoe department at Bergdorf Goodman.
Are you okay?
No, I'm not. I need to sue. I need to sue.
What happened, Mom?
That is literally the level of evidence. In fact, that's even more convincing evidence than the, what's her name? God, what was her name again? You guys let me know in the chat. It's getting late, so I'm forgetting things now. What's her name? The woman who sued Trump and you had to pay her $90 million. Ridiculous. Jean, was it Jean something? Jean E. Carroll? Jean E. Carroll. Yeah, that's actually more convincing than her evidence. I mean, it's basically the same thing. She just said, "Oh yeah, I remembered something from decades ago," then got details of it wrong. And still, because it's New York, right? It's just a lawfare machine in New York City. This is literally what they convicted Trump on. Just nothing more than this. All right, let's continue. What's going on here? So
Hours, you can really handle the pain. It's a meditation with my face right now. It was a huge transformation. I really earned sitting through that and healing it. Color alone on my face has been like 50 hours. You can really handle the pain. It's a meditative thing. I need to go to a space in my head to get through it, and that's helped me a lot in life too.
How old were you when you got your first tattoo?
I started kind of late, like 21. So I was still in the military then. I got my first tattoo, it was small. I knew I loved it, and then my second tattoo was like here to here, and then my third was
Wow. From the military into this world of tattoos and body mods, that's a big change.
After I got out of the military, I really prioritized freedom, like both of my body and like travel and like how I live my life.
What do you want people to know about body modification?
I really would like the medical field to learn a lot more about mods. Sometimes people need help, and not to turn people away for how they look, whether that's tattoos or mods or piercings. I guess that goes outside the medical field too. Be open-minded when you meet someone. It's a lot more to them than the outside.
Do you have
with my face?
Can you make me look like a demon? In fairness, she does seem like a nice demon. I will say that. She seems like a very almost a sweet demon. But she did make herself look like a demon. Like, what the hell is that on her head? She's got these weird things under her skin. I kind of feel like what did she say at the end there? Let's go back for 1 second.
Way for how they look, whether that's tattoos or mods or piercings. I guess that goes outside the medical field too. Be open-minded when you meet someone. It's a lot more to them than the outside.
I kind of feel like when you transform yourself into a demon, that you can't really say that, people should judge you by what's on the inside. I think at that point, you've kind of given away that right. Like, I think at that point, people are completely justified in judging you by the outside, because of the whole looking like a demon thing, the intentionally looking like a demon thing. So more work on your face. Okay. Demon. Did I get? That's right. More demon Not demon enough yet. Oh, could you implant some weird shit into under my skin, on my arms, and on my head as well? You know, more demon. I don't. Do I have a button for this?
You shall not pass!
The shame is here that she actually seems like she has a nice personality, you know, and I can't help but believe that she might have gotten through life just fine without looking like a demon. Like, I kind of feel like there's another way. Does it have to be like demon or bust? Was there ever a moment where she just said, should I do this demon thing? Maybe not. Nah, I'm going to do it. Demon. Demon. I want to look like a demon. You know why? Because I don't want people to judge me from the way I look on the outside. That's exactly what you would do. I want people to love me for who I am on the inside. That's why I made myself unignorably look like a demon. Because, you know, people are going to ask questions. Maybe this person has, perhaps, and I'm going out on a limb here, perhaps this person has just a slight problem with judgment. I know, it's crazy, right? But maybe people might ask themselves, I wonder if she's got a little bit of a problem with judgment. You know? But like judging, like whether she should, I don't know, look like a demon. Talking about a big lapse in judgment. And the thing is here too, you're not lasering all that off. She's got that for life now. Right? She's got that for life. And it's like the kind of thing you do in a wealthy society and nowhere else. You know? Rogue Thought says, you realize you're saying sentences you never thought you were going to say 20 years ago. I know, it's crazy, isn't it? It's crazy, you know? Like I never thought I would say that Canada was a society that encouraged child sex changes. I never believed I would say that. In fact, it was unimaginable because it's unimaginable. You know? Same as same as if you want people to judge you on who you are on the inside, perhaps it's best not to make your outside look like a demon. Even if, you know, it's like a nice demon because you have a nice, you know, a pleasant personality. What would drive somebody with, I mean, with this disposition to do the whole demon thing? I don't really get it. Was somebody encouraging her? Who was encouraging her? Maybe she just had like a lot of boyfriends and she had them tattooed, their names tattooed on her, and she just had to keep getting them covered up. And now it's this. Demon lady. Wonder if the internet has anything to say about this. Let's see. Bet her lady bits resemble a scrap metal bin. Yep. There is no way all that ink in your lymphatic system cannot be good for life longevity. You have to think, I mean, all that ink in your skin, I don't know. I mean, that's got to be bad for your system, right? Because that's getting absorbed. That's like going into your bloodstream and your lymphs and everything. You gotta feel like I mean, look, she like her whole arm, it's just like a solid green, demon green. I wonder, I mean, did she, to have such an obsession, you know, that you don't even think about it, like, well, nothing could go wrong. I'm just going to completely I'm going to inject my entire body with ink. Nothing could go wrong. I mean, if you want to look like a demon, you know, that's the price you got to pay. Somebody once told her that you only get one chance to make a good impression. She said, okay, hold my beer. Smurfette really has let herself go. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Fortunately, her disappointed enabling parents have enough money for the year's worth of painful laser surgeries she'll absolutely undergo. Yeah, you're not getting all that ink off. That ain't going to happen. Let's see. But why? But why? That's a great question. But why? All right, let's keep going. I don't get it. Personally, I don't get it. Look at this weird shit she's got under her skin on her head. Ugh. Gross. Like, now, like potential partners. What's the pool there? What's the pool of potential partners? That pretty much just people on death row, right? So I guess conjugal visits, that's about as good as it's going to get. Because, I mean, really, you know, blind dates, you know. I'm going to set you up on a blind date. What's she like? Well, she's slim. Anything else? Anything else about her? You know what demons look like, don't you? All right. Anyway, let's go. Let's go. Enough of that nonsense. Here's an interview with a young Roy Cohn who worked for Senator Joseph McCarthy. He said, one thing we have to understand at the outset is that the Communist Party is not a political party. It's a criminal conspiracy. Its object is, as has been established by the verdict of a jury, to overthrow the government of the United States by force and violence. The Communist Party's most important work is that of espionage on behalf of the Soviet Union, which means that it infiltrates our government defense plans every important place possible in order to steal information from us and give it to the Soviet Union. Yeah, I'm sorry. McCarthy was right. They were traitors. The communists were traitors. Again, these were Stalinists. Okay, these were Stalinists who knew what had happened in Stalinist Russia. They knew about the atrocities and the horrors. Right? These weren't just like nice little commies, right? They knew what was going on. Let's hear this. I want to watch this. This is some classic classic anti-communist stuff. Let's hear it.
Here's a man that everybody is going to enjoy meeting. He's Roy M. Cohn, who was confidential assistant to the United States Attorney General in this area, Irving H. Sapool. And, of course, they've been very busy prosecuting the Communists and Communist Party. How you, Roy?
How are you, Jack?
I'm telling people out there how very busy you have been and on your way sort of to a semi-rest, as it were, after prosecuting the various red echelons in this country.
Well, the job isn't quite over yet, and I think the best token of that is I have a suitcase full of Marxist, Leninist, Stalinist literature with me.
You know, you've been, you go way back. Actually, you're a very young fellow, but at the same time, I know you go way back because I think you were in on the Remington deal.
I tried part of that, yes.
Yeah, this Dashiell Hammett business, and of course, all the various Communist Party members who are being prosecuted at the moment. What can you tell us, Roy, that we might not know from general newspaper coverage of the workings of the party in this country? What can we watch for as individual citizens?
Well, of course, the one thing we have to understand at the outset is that the Communist Party is not a political party. It's a criminal conspiracy. Its object is, as has been established by the verdict of a jury, the overthrow of the government of the United States by force and violence as soon as the right time arrives. In the meantime, plans are being made. That day comes, and the Communist Party's most important work is that of espionage in behalf of the Soviet Union, which means that it infiltrates our government, defense plans, every important place possible in order to steal information from us and give it to the Soviet Union. That has been established by the verdict of some juries in this district during this year.
Have you found that they really have an efficient common form here, a higher headquarters that directs the party throughout the United States in its various workings?
Well, I have no doubt that the orders come directly from Moscow, and I think that they're transmitted in a rather efficient way if we can characterize something as terrible as that as being efficient.
How come, Roy, that to our way of thinking, so many people of the, shall we say, the upper strata of society become involved?
Well, I don't know if there are so many people. I guess that there are some in the so-called upper strata who are involved. I think that it's a great tribute to the average American citizen that the great body of American citizens has been the strongest bulwark in this country for years against communism. And it's been the one group which the communists could never touch. I think that some people in the so-called upper stratas who think that they're a little smarter than they actually are fall to some of...
Yeah, they were around... they were around back then, and they're around now in the West. And ultimately, the goal is still the same thing: violent revolution and the destruction of Western society. That is actually their goal, right? They're around now. They're working in the universities. They're working in the universities hard, pumping out their propaganda and trying to indoctrinate students every single day. They're out there protesting now. They'll just protest for anything that's destructive, right? But now they're out with the anti-Israel protests. And yeah, they were around then, and they were dangerous then, and they're around now, and they want the same thing. They want the same level of destruction now. And I guess it's kind of, cyclical, where it kind of comes into vogue and then leaves and comes into vogue. I mean, the problem is they have a giant civil war for them to take over the institutions. It could be a few thousand people. Just read a book about the Russian Revolution, and it's actually terrifying. It's actually terrifying how many things had to go right for Lenin for it to happen, and how things were not great under the Tsar, but nobody could have imagined just how bad they would get under the Bolsheviks. It was utopia compared to what happened under the Bolsheviks, I can tell you. But in any case, yeah, they were right. They were right. We don't want commies.
Not in this lifetime, Sonny.
Exactly, Clint. Let's see. What else we got here? Drag queen made kids sing Free Palestine. This is the stuff I just don't get. I mean, how stupid could these people be? I think that they are so self-obsessed and narcissistic that they just know literally nothing about anything but themselves, right? Like, you can't be a drag queen in Palestine. They will throw you off the nearest rooftop. You can't be that. You can't be Queers for Palestine. My favorite that I want to see, that I'm rooting to see, is artists who draw the Prophet Muhammad for Palestine. They'd go off the rooftops too, probably first, actually. And then they'd get these ones after. They're all smiling. I mean, these are useful idiots. This is the definition of useful idiot, right? It's mind-boggling how anybody could be this stupid. How can you be that stupid? They would kill you. Drag queen person, they would kill you. They would murder you. Why is that not a problem? I guess it's just if you know nothing, right? If you literally know nothing about the world, that makes this possible. I don't even want to go into this story. It's just so idiotic and awful. I mean, okay, we'll look at this a little bit.
Today what we're going to do is we're going to shout, Free Palestine. Can I hear that? Free Palestine! If you're a drag queen and you know it, shout, Free Palestine! If you're a drag queen and you know it and you really want to show it, if you're a drag queen and you know it, shout, Free Palestine! Today what we're going to do is we're going to shout.
So you've got a level of, I mean, what else do you call it other than suicidal stupidity here on one level? But also, if you're a drag queen and you know it, like, why is this allowed to happen to these small children? This is demented on so many levels. There's just no bottom here. You know, there's no bottom to this bottomless pit of insanity and stupidity. And there they are, the useful idiots, all grinning ear to ear like morons, like complete fools. There's the kafaya there. Palestinian. It's just inexcusable levels of idiocy. What is the word to describe? I don't have the word to describe this level of stupidity and recklessness in terms of, you know, this continuing gender social experiment on apparently an entire generation of children. What is the word that encompasses this? Can you guys come up with one? What do you guys think? Somebody throw me a word here that would try and describe this level of stupidity on two fronts. It's alternate universe shit, right? How is this real? You can't tell me, you know, even 10 years ago that sane people wouldn't look at this and go, that's not happening. No, you're not coming into the school and reading to small children and telling them that if they're drag queens, that they should clap their hands, or that this is in any way appropriate. Lil Miss Hot Mess. Jesus. What the fuck? I can assure you that Palestine culture and transgenderism and queerness have very little in common. That's right off the rooftop with you, I'm afraid. Just the way it goes over there. Leave our kids alone, man. Why is this so hard? Why is it so hard? Rogue Thought says, the parents. Who are the parents? Good God, does your ideology say sacrifice your child's innocence on this altar? Apparently it does. Apparently it does. It is, I mean, I think that's a very apt analogy. Child sacrifice. People sacrificing their children to a pseudo-scientific cult. There's nothing scientific about any of this. Nobody is actually born in the wrong body. What could that even possibly mean? I mean, you're the result of this incredibly unlikely string of lineage, of continuous lineage, to be born in the first place. It's incredibly lucky to be born in the first place. That's an unbroken chain of lineage since, you know, the beginning of life on the planet. So what does born in the wrong body mean? What could that mean? I find it completely incoherent. Born in the wrong body. So by cutting off body parts, that's now the right body? Does that make any sense to anybody? I don't feel like it does. I feel like it's a lie. A very profitable lie for some people. Let's see. Let's see. These are the kind of women who always wanted to be cool in high school but could never fit in. They think they've arrived now. Yeah. Well, I guess it's, something they can post about on their social media and get attention for, I guess. I mean, totally deranged. All right. I think that's it. We've been going for 5 hours and 40 minutes. Should we do one more of these? Hold on. Oh, I'm getting the timing right. Just perfect on this. And one more. Damn it. I messed it up there. Hold on. Let's do it one more time. Never gets old. That's a good way to end the evening, right? I think it is. All right, everybody. I should remember to ask anybody who is not subscribed to subscribe to the channel. And you can see all of my very nutritious content and more stuff like that. We do that every Friday. So you get to see fatties farting every Friday night. That's a guarantee. So yeah, subscribe to the channel if you're not already. It helps me out a lot. And everybody that was in the chat, thanks a lot. It really makes the whole live stream kind of fly by, actually. It makes it go by a lot faster for me. And it's just way more fun. A lot more fun. And you guys are all awesome. And thanks for joining in. Everybody have a great weekend. And we will see you next Friday night. I don't think there's a problem. Yeah, next Friday night I will see